The night settles softly over the hills of post-Roman Britain, a land caught between fading memory and uncertain dawn. Here in Wales, still not yet called Wales by the people who lived upon it, the world moves slowly, like a tired giant trying to remember its own name. The Roman legions have been gone for generations, their roads cracked, their forts abandoned. Their authority now nothing more than stories whispered by elders who barely understood the world of soul. Deers once controlled. In the silence that follows an empire's retreat, the land listens, waiting to learn who will claim it next. Life after Rome did not transform overnight. Instead, it shifted gradually. Like a cold wind turning direction, the people who lived in these valleys, forests, and high ridges were not suddenly free nor suddenly threatened. They were simply left with a vacuum, where order had once been. And into that vacuum flowed a new age of chieftains, small warlords, and ambitious families who believed themselves destined to rule. Yet even in this uncertainty, daily life continued. Children helped their mothers grind grain. Men mended fences. Herders led cattle across dew-soaked fields. The world may have been changing in violent, dramatic ways, but ordinary people still woke to the same tasks because survival always ignores politics. Picture a woodland hillfort perched high above a winding river. Smoke curls gently from the thatched roofs, carrying the smell of peat and damp timber. Chickens wander between crooked fences, and the faint sound of a craftsman's hammer echoes across the yard. This is a community trying to protect itself not with Roman stone walls, but with its own hands, its own traditions, and its own hope that the next sunrise will be peaceful. In the dim glow of dawn, the land feels almost timeless. But danger grows at the edges. Across the eastern plains of Britain, new arrivals from the continent push steadily in with the Saxons, Angles and Jutes. Their arrival is not a sudden invasion, but a long, slow settling. Like heavy fog creeping across a landscape, word travels slowly to Wales, rumours first, then fragments of truth, then real losses. Villages disappear, former Roman towns fall silent, British kingdoms crumble or retreat westward. Yet in these Welsh hills, the people hold their ground. Shaped by their rugged terrain and unshakable identity, they are not united far from it, but they share one thing. They do not intend to disappear. Inside a dimly lit hall crafted from oak beams darkened by years of smoke, a chieftain gathers his council. The fire burns low, casting long shadows on the walls. There is no Roman governor to consult, no imperial decree to follow. Decisions now fall upon men who never expected to rule. They argue about cattle raids with neighboring clans, the rising tides of Saxon settlers, and the increasingly ambitious British kings to the east who claim ancient lineages and dream of restoring a lost world. Every voice speaks loudly. But beneath their debates lies the same quiet truth. Survival will require more than arguing. Outside, the countryside is dotted with small farms, simple round houses with wattle and daub walls, each one a testament to a family's determination. Life in these settlements is humble, but not hopeless. Though Rome left, its influence lingers like footprints in soft earth. A few farmers still use old Roman tools, repaired and reused long past their original purpose. Some speak Latin phrases they do not fully understand. Stories are told of fortresses made of stone so strong that no winter storm could shake them. To the people living now, these tales sound almost mythical. Yet while legends of Rome echo faintly in the background, new legends are being forged in real time. Heroes rise from small, scattered kingdoms, warriors who defend their people not for empire, but for kinship and land. Here, in what will one day be called Wales, the seeds of a distinct identity take root. What it means to be Cymru, to be the people of this place, is beginning to crystallize. Still, Life is far from peaceful. A sudden horn blast can send the entire settlement rushing to defend its cattle. A raid from a neighboring clan or a wandering war band can come at any moment. Children grow up learning that danger lives in the woods just beyond sight. Yet somehow, they also learn to laugh, to play, to grow. Because even in harsh times, people find ways to live in the evenings. Elders gather by the hearth and speak of ancient ancestors Wygadodden, Reged, and the old northern kings. Their voices are rough and patient, weaving the threads of memory into songs that will outlast the age itself. A young listener might wonder if these heroes truly lived or if they were conjured from smoke and imagination. But whether true or embellished, the stories matter. They remind the community that they belong to something older than Rome and tougher than hardship. As the night deepens, the fire dims, and the soft murmurs of the hall fade into silence. Yet beyond the quiet, the world continues to shift. New alliances are forming. New threats gather, and soon. This land, this Wales that is not yet Wales, will be caught in the turbulent struggle for identity, territory, and survival. But for now, under a star-scattered sky, the hills rest, the rivers keep flowing, and the people, unaware of the storms ahead, take one more breath of peace before the war for Wales truly begins. Morning returns to the Welsh hills with a grey, heavy like the kind that blurs the horizon and makes every sound feel distant. The settlement stirs slowly, shaking off sleep as roosters call across the yard and faint chatter rises from the round houses. There's a quiet rhythm to life here, not peaceful exactly, but familiar. Families rise early, not because they want to, but because survival insists on it. The cows must be checked. The small plots of barley need tending. Tools that have worn thin through endless use must be repaired again. The world does not wait for safety. Near the center of the settlement stands the smithy low, smoky hut where heat radiates through the walls, even in the winter chill. Inside, a blacksmith works the bellows with practiced steadiness. Sparks dance in the dim air as he hammers a small iron blade, shaping it with the kind of patience only necessity can teach. Iron is precious, every nail, every tool. Every bit of metal scavenged from old Roman ruins means the difference between a working farmhand, a struggling one. Even broken Roman hinges or rusted spearheads are gathered, melted down, and reborn as something useful. Across the yard, a group of women gather near the communal well, talking quietly as they work. They carry heavy clay vessels, the cold water sloshing gently with each step. Conversations drift between gossip, worry, and the simple details that make up their days. They discuss the sudden illness of an elder, the arrival of a stranger in a nearby valley, the strange smoke some hunters spotted rising beyond the ridge. Information is life. Rumors can be warnings, but routine tasks continue. Because they must, children chase each other near the edge of the settlement, their laughter echoing across the frosty ground. They carry sticks shaped like spears or shields, pretending to be great warriors of legendary battles. They do not understand the danger such games imitate to them. The stories of heroes are just that, stories, yet these tales will one day shape them, teaching them what it means to belong to this land. The boys mimic warbands fighting on distant plains, while the girls practice weaving patterns their mothers taught them. Even in play, the future is taking form, further down the hillside. A shepherd leads his flock toward a sheltered pasture. The sheep move hesitantly, their wool thick and matted after the long winter. The shepherd watches the tree line carefully. Wolves and raiders alike can appear without warning. He carries a staff and a small dagger. Though he knows neither would do much against a determined attack, still, he walks on. Because grazing must continue, the animals are the lifeblood of the community food. wool trade, and survival wrapped in a single flock. By midday, the settlement is in full motion. A group of men gather by the outer fence, repairing sections that have sagged under heavy rain. They dig new posts, pack the earth with stones, and lash together wooden planks with rawhide strips. A strong fence will not stop a full warband, but it can delay them long enough for a warning horn to sound. In times like these, even a few extra seconds matter. Inside the hall, the chieftain meets with a wandering messenger who arrived at dawn. His cloak is worn thin, and his boots are muddy, clear signs he has travelled far. He brings news from the east, or gathering, of Saxon warbands near old Roman roads, a British kingdom fractured by internal disputes. Rumours of a great battle fought near the river that once marked a border no one can agree on anymore. The chieftain listens in silence, absorbing every detail. There is no map to consult, no centralized authority to call upon. Decisions here are carved from instinct, experience, and whatever scraps of information drift through these remote hills. The messenger also carries something else, fear, not overt, but buried beneath his voice. He speaks of farmlands burned, of villages abandoned, of families fleeing westward hoping the mountains will shelter them. The chieftain understands the unspoken message. The storm that shattered Britain's lowlands is drifting closer. Wales cannot avoid it forever. Outside, hunters return from the forest carrying deer carcasses slung over their shoulders. Their faces are wine-chapped and weary. Hunting has grown harder. Game has retreated deeper into the woods as human conflict spreads like wildfire still. Today, they are fortunate, and the settlement welcomes the fresh meat. Women begin preparing the deer, the smell of herbs, smoke, and boiling broth filling the cold air. For a moment, the atmosphere feels lighter. Good food brings good spirits, however brief. As afternoon fades, the sky bruises into a deep purple. The settlement gathers for the evening meal in the hall, where fire crackles and the warmth pushes back the creeping chill. People sit together, family beside family, warriors beside farmers, and share the day's stories. A bard begins reciting an old tale, his voice steady and slow. It is a story of a warrior king who defended his people against impossible odds. A reminder that courage in dark times is not new, but beneath the comforting glow, tension simmers. The messenger's news spreads quietly. Some whisper that they must prepare for war. Others insist the danger will pass them by. A few glance nervously toward the dark hills beyond the settlement, imagining shapes in the fog that might or might not be real. Later, as the fire dies and people withdraw to their homes, a cold wind rises. It rattles the wooden shutters, whistles between the fences, and carries with it the faint scent of distant smoke. Somewhere out there beyond rivers, forests, and ridgelines, the fate of this land is shifting, and soon the people of these hills will have no choice but to confront the storm moving toward them. For now, though the settlement sleeps, the cattle settle, the embers glow faintly, and the war for Wales creeps one step closer in the darkness. Dawn breaks with a thin, pale light crawling across the mountains, the kind that makes everything look colder than it already is. A low mist clings to the valley floor, curling round the sheep pens and the wooden posts of the settlement's outer fence. It is too quiet this morning. No bird calls, no distant rustle in the tree line. People notice silence long before they notice danger. In the chieftain's hall, men gather round the central fire, each wearing the tired, tight expression of someone who has slept poorly. The messenger from the east remains with them, his cloak still damp, his face drawn. He speaks again details he remembered overnight, rumors he didn't have time to share. Some of it sounds exaggerated, shaped by fear. Some of it sounds far too precise to dismiss. What troubles the chieftain most is the pattern. Saxon warbands moving westward along Roman roads, a British kingdom collapsing under its own weight, small outposts abandoned without a fight. None of this reaches Wales by accident. Someone is pushing, probing, testing defenses, and sooner or later, the hills will no longer hide them. Outside, the settlement begins its slow awakening. Women head to the well with clay jugs. The steady rhythm of water sloshing breaks the quiet. Children play in the frost-dusted dirt, though their games are muted today. Some sense the tension in the adults' voices. Others simply react to the strange stillness settling over the valley. A young hunter returns from the ridge with unsettling news. He saw smoke then, distant, but in a direction where no village should be burning. The chieftain's expression darkens. A single plume of smoke might mean raiders, might mean a battle. More than that suggests something worse, a migration, a displacement of entire communities. When people flee, they set fire to what they cannot carry. Still, life demands attention. The cattle must be fed. Craftsmen must repair tools. Farmers check their small plots for frost damage, even with danger approaching. The land does not stop requiring work. That is the cruel rhythm of this world. Fear changes nothing. And the routine must grind on. Later in the morning, a warband returns from patrol. Their leader, a grizzled man with a scar running down his cheek, reports signs of movement east of the ridge. Footprints in soft mud, trampled grass, and the unmistakable tracks of several wagons. The wagons are what worry him most. Raiders do not travel with wagons. Migrating families do, and families fleeing a threat always mean the threat is close. The chieftain calls for a council gathering of elders, warriors, and respected voices from the settlement. They sit in a tight circle, the fire crackling between them. The whole smells of wood smoke, damp cloaks, and a faint tension that hangs like steam. Some argue that they should fortify the settlement, build higher fences, sharpen stakes, prepare for a siege. Others insist they should send scouts deeper into the valleys and learn what exactly is coming. A few propose seeking alliances with neighboring clans, old rivals who might suddenly become a central power. Tners, what none of them say out loud, though they all think it, is simple: if a great wave of Saxon expansion is moving west, no single settlement can stand against it. By midday, the decision is made. Scouts will be sent in multiple directions. The warband will remain ready, and families will begin quietly preparing bundles, food, blankets, valuables, things they could carry if they needed to flee. It is not an admission of defeat. It is a precaution, a quiet insurance against the worst possibility. As afternoon unfolds, tusks become sharper, voices shorter. A carpenter replaces a broken fence post with more force than necessary. A mother gathers herbs with a worried expression, her mind clearly elsewhere. Even the children play nearer to the settlement today, glancing periodically toward the ridge as though expecting shapes to emerge from the mist. Toward evening, an unexpected group arrives, 3 travelers from a neighboring valley. Exhausted and mud-splattered, they claim their settlement was visited by armed strangers 2 nights ago. Not a large warband, just scouts, testing boundaries, but they carried unfamiliar shields, marked with patterns not seen among Britons or Welsh. They spoke a harsh dialect, and when one of them laughed, it sounded like gravel breaking. The men left as quickly as they arrived, but their message was clear enough. The frontier was shifting. The chieftain listens carefully. The travelers describe one more detail, a worrying one. The scouts carried Roman-style spears, not British, not Welsh, equipment taken, traded, or looted from abandoned forts. The Roman world has collapsed. but its weapons now circulate in the hands of those who would carve up its corpse. By nightfall, the hall is filled with low voices, maps scratched on wooden boards, arguments about strategy, nervous glances toward the door whenever the wind howls outside. The settlement quiets again, fires dim, the mist thickens, and somewhere, far beyond the ridge, the faint sound of something, maybe a horn, maybe a distant shout, drifts through the cold air. It is too soft to identify, too soft to confirm, but it is enough to make the night feel longer, heavier. Wales has been waiting for the storm that swallowed the east. And tonight, for the first time, it feels close enough to touch. Night settles over the valley like a heavy cloak, thick and unmoving. The mist that drifted lazily through the fields during daylight now gathers in dense sheets, muting sound and swallowing outlines. Even the usual chorus of insects has quieted, leaving only the soft crackle of torches along the settlement's fence. Inside the hall, the chieftain remains awake, staring into the fire as if the flames might reveal an answer. A warrior enters quietly, one of the night guards. He reports movement on the far ridge. Small, scattered, not enough to be an army, but too many to be wildlife, shapes, drifting between trees, watching perhaps, waiting. The chieftain nods without speaking. He expected this. Outside, a cold wind rolls down from the mountains, snaking through the settlement and rustling the thatch roofs. People toss uneasily in their beds. The air feels tense, charged with a kind of anticipation that wakes even the deeply sleeping children. Near midnight, the scouts return, 3 of them, mud-streaked, breathless, and visibly shaken. They stumble into the hall, faces pale, hands trembling slightly. The chieftain gestures for them to speak. Their report is worse than expected. They reached a neighboring valley and found it abandoned, not attacked, not burned, just emptied. Doors left open, tools scattered, cooking pots still warm from the evening's fire. It looked as though an entire community had risen in the night and walked away without a word. But one of the scouts found tracks, deep ones, far too deep to come from farmers. The kind made by armored men marching in formation. Among them were footprints with hobnails, the kind used on Roman-style boots. Whoever passed through was organized, disciplined, and moving west. The council gathers again, summoned from their beds by torchlight. The hall fills with hurried whispers and concerned faces. Some argue that the settlement should evacuate at dawn. Others insist they must stand their ground. One elder, voice trembling, warns that leaving their home may scatter the clan forever. The chieftain listens, silent as stone. When the room finally quiets, he speaks in a low, steady voice. They will not abandon their land, yet this valley has sheltered their people for generations. But neither will they wait blind in the dark. At first light, a second scouting party will move deeper east. The war band will prepare for both defense and retreat. Families will keep their bundles close. The meeting ends, but sleep refuses to come. Just before dawn, the first scout party reports one more strange detail from the valley they found empty. Carved on the door frame of one house was a symbol, a circle with a line through it, the mark of a tribe from far across the sea, not local, not British, not Roman, something new, something moving west. When the sun finally rises then, cold, strained behind a veil of fog, it reveals a settlement transformed overnight. People pack quietly, warriors sharpen blades with tight jaws. Shepherds gather their flocks closer to the hall. Children watch the adults, sensing something immense shifting beneath the surface in the distance. Crows circle over the forest, and omen, some would say. By midday, the second group of scouts departs, slipping into the tree line, Hours pass in slow, grinding stillness. Fires crackle, the wind rises. Tension coils tighter with each passing moment. Then, just before evening, the first sign appears, a horn blast distant, muffled. But unmistakable drifts across the valley, not a Welsh horn, not one used by any nearby tribe. A foreign tone, low and hard, carrying a message that requires no translation. Someone has arrived. People rush to the fences. Warriors grip spear shafts. Children are ushered indoors. The chieftain stands tall at the settlement's entrance. Eyes fixed on the ridge, silhouettes appear, shadows resolving into figures. Not many, perhaps a dozen. But the way they move, disciplined, unified. Without hesitation, scouts, testing the boundary. The chieftain lifts his hand, signaling his warriors to hold position, not to provoke. Not yet. The figures on the ridge linger, watching, measuring. Then, slowly, they withdraw into the forest. Silence falls again, heavier than before. In that silence, the truth settles like frost. This is only the beginning. The storm that consumed the east has finally reached the mountains of Wales, and whether the people here are ready or not, history is already shifting beneath their feet. Dawn comes reluctantly, dragging a pale grey light across the valley. It feels thinner today. Like even the sun is uncertain about approaching, the settlement wakes early. Though hardly anyone has slept, people move quietly, speaking in hushed tones. As if afraid any loud sound might draw something out of the forest, the chieftain steps outside. Before the morning fires are lit, the air is cold enough to sting the lungs. Frost clings to the grass, crunching underfoot. He looks toward the ridge where the figures appeared hours earlier. Nothing stirs there now, no shadows. No movement, but that only makes him more uneasy. Inside the hall, warriors gather round the long table. Their armor is mismatched, dented from years of use. Their shields are painted in clan colors, each one slightly different, symbols of family lines that go back generations. They are proud men, loyal, harmed by the harsh landscape. But today, their faces carry a rare tension. The scouts who ventured deeper east have not returned. By mid-morning, people begin whispering about bad omens. A clay pot cracks while being fired. A flock of ravens circles low over the river. An elder swears she heard a strange thudding in the night, distant, rhythmic. Like heavy footsteps in the earth, the chieftain tries to quiet the rumors. But even he feels the thread of fear tightening. At last, shortly before midday, the missing scouts appear on the far path, exhausted, limping. One of them helped by the others. Their clothes are torn. One has a gash across his shoulder. The blood dried dark against his tunic. The hall fills with people as they're brought inside. They report what they found. Miles of forest stripped clean, as though something massive had moved through it. Trees snapped, ground packed tight by marching feet. But what truly terrified them wasn't the path, it was the silence. No birds, no animals, nothing. Alive for miles, it felt, they said, like the world itself was holding its breath. Then they describe a camp. Not large, perhaps 50 men, but organized with a precision unfamiliar in these mountains. Tents ranged in rows. Watch posts, cook fires burning with little smoke. Controlled and measured. These weren't raiders, they weren't wandering tribes, they were soldiers, and they bore no Roman insignia, no local clan symbols, just that strange mark carved on the doorframe, his circle crossed. By a single line, the chieftain frowned deeply at this. A symbol without a known name is more dangerous than a banner openly flown. One scout adds a final detail in a trembling voice. They were spotted. Not chased. Not attacked. Just noticed. And one of the soldiers lifted a horn to his lips, an identical sound to the one heard in the valley the night before. It wasn't a warning. It wasn't a battle cry. It was a message. We see you. The council gathers again. Tension simmering. Some want to strike first, believing a preemptive attack might dissuade the newcomers. Others argue for retreat into the deeper mountains, if you insist these strangers might be passing. Throuan should be left alone, but everyone knows the truth, even if unspoken. Forces that move with discipline, build tidy camps, and scout in formation do not simply wander. They are here with purpose, late in the afternoon. The chieftain walks the boundary of the settlement alone, tracing the old wooden fence with his hand. He remembers stories from his grandfather, tales of tribes from beyond the sea, warriors who fought like shadows and vanished before dawn, stories meant to scare children, not guide strategy. Yet now those stories feel uncomfortably close. Wine sweeps through the grasslands, carrying scents of pine, smoke, and distant rain. It also carries something else, something faint but unmistakable. The sound of wood striking wood, rhythmic, repetitive training on the far ridge, just out of sight. The stranger soldiers are practicing, preparing, as evening falls. Torches are lit across the settlement. Warriors take positions at the gate. Families retreat into the hall for warmth and safety. The chieftain remains outside longer than the others, watching the tree line as darkness gathers. Then suddenly cutting through the night, the horn sounds again. Not distant this time, not faint, close, very close. People freeze mid-movement. Mothers clutch their children. Warriors rush to the gate, shields raised. Faces pale beneath the firelight. The horn echoes once more, deeper, louder, from the forest edge. Shadows begin to appear, not attacking, not rushing, just standing there, rows of them, silent, watching. The valley seems to shrink round the settlement, tightening like a fist. Everyone understands now. Whatever war swept across the lands after Rome's fall has finally reached Wales. And tonight is only the first step in a storm that will change everything. Night presses heavily against the settlement, thicker than usual, as though the darkness itself has weight. Torches flicker along the wooden palisade, their flames bending in the cold wind. Warriors stand shoulder to shoulder, shields locked. But even the most seasoned among them grip their spears a little too tightly. The strangers remain. At the forest's edge still, silent, unnervingly calm. Their silhouettes are rigid, lined up with deliberate precision, each one motionless as a carved figure. The firelight from the settlement dances faintly across their armor, revealing nothing familiar. No clan markings, no Roman crests, no colors, no banners, just the same strange symbol, the circle crossed by a single line. Painted faintly on their shields, the chieftain steps forward through the gate, stopping just beyond the torchlight. He raises his voice, calling out into the darkness, demanding to know who approaches his land. The strangers offer no answer, not even a shift of stance, not a blade raised, just silence heavy and crushing, like a blanket thrown over the valley. A younger warrior breaks formation, shouting angrily at the figures. His voice echoes sharply, and for a moment it seems to rattle the stillness, but the strangers do not respond. The chieftain senses the tension spiraling. He orders the young warrior back into line, his voice low but firm. Moments drag by. The cold deepens. A fine layer of frost begins forming on the wooden gate. The settlement holds its breath, waiting for an attack that doesn't come. Finally, one of the strangers steps forward, just one. He moves with slow, deliberate steps, each footfall soundless on the frozen ground. When he reaches a point halfway between forest and settlement, he stops. The faint glow of torchlight reveals part of his face, young, stern. Expressionless, his eyes seem oddly calm, as if none of this threatens him. He raises both hands slowly, not in surrender, not in threat, but in a gesture that seems symbolic, rehearsed. And then he speaks, not loudly, not harshly, but clearly enough for every person at the gate to hear. His voice is low, steady, almost cold. Stand down. The words ripple through the defenders. Confusion, anger, fear. A few warriors murmur to each other, asking who these people think they are to give orders on Welsh land. But the stranger continues, his tone unshaken. This valley does not belong to you. The chieftain stiffens. His reply is hard, unwavering. It belongs to no outsider, and certainly not to men who hide behind darkness. The stranger cocks his head slightly, studying the chieftain with an expression that flickers just for a moment between pity and amusement. You misunderstand, he says quietly. We do not take land. We claim what has already fallen. The words send a cold shiver through those listening. Claim what has already fallen. Before the chieftain can respond, the stranger lifts one hand and taps the symbol painted on his chest plate, the circle with a single vertical line. This marks a place already marked by destiny, he says. And destiny does not ask permission. These are not war cries. This is a declaration of what no one yet understands. Suddenly, the horn sounds again, but this time, it's not the stranger's horn. It's the settlement's northern watchtower. A single long blast, then another, then a frantic third. The meaning is ancient and unmistakable. Enemies at the north ridge. The chieftain's head snaps toward the sound. Warriors shift instantly. The defensive line breaking in confusion. If the strangers are here in the east, then who is? Approaching from the north, the stranger at the valley's center lowers his arms slowly. You are surrounded, he says. The night is not your ally tonight. Before anyone can act, he steps backward, retreating into darkness with an almost frightening efficiency. The line of shadowy figures withdraws with him, disappearing into the forest without a sound. Within seconds, they are gone. The torches crackle, the valley falls silent. But the northern horn keeps sounding urgently. Desperately, the chieftain turns toward his warriors, voice sharp and commanding. To the ridge. Move now. The settlement erupts into motion. Shields slam against backs. Spears are snatched up. Runners dash toward the upper path. In the chaos, a few mothers cling to the whole doorframe, begging the spirits for protection. As the warriors charge up toward the northern ridge, another sound rises, faint at first, then unmistakable. Drums, slow, steady. Marching drums, coming from beyond the hill. Another force. Another group. Another threat. The valley, once isolated and quiet, has become the crossroads of a conflict far larger than anyone here imagined. And tonight, Wales begins to feel the first tremors of a war that will redefine its future long after Rome's ashes have settled. The climb toward the northern ridge is steep, uneven, and made worse by the frost thickening on the stones. Warriors move in staggered formation, breathing hard but keeping pace every few steps. The horn from the watchtower sounds again, now shorter, more frantic. It's the kind of alarm no one wants to hear. The kind that says they're already close. By the time the chieftain reaches the crest of the ridge, the watchman is waving violently toward the far slope, pointing into the darkness where the moonlight barely reaches. At first, nothing is visible. Just the outline of hills rolling away into shadow. Then the drums stop. Silence again. A silence so deep it feels unnatural. The watchman's breath comes in clouds as he whispers. They were marching. I saw torches, half a dozen, maybe more. But they all went out at once. The chieftain's brow froze. Torches don't simply go out together unless... He doesn't finish the sentence. A shift of movement below catches his eye. Not fast. Not aggressive. Just there. Shapes, barely defined, emerging slowly from the slope like mist rising from the earth. Figures. A line of them. Not the same as the strangers from the eastern forest. These are bulkier, wrapped in thick cloaks, carrying long-barreled spears. Their torches remain unlit, as if they want the cover of darkness. Their approach is deliberate, measured, almost ritualistic. One of the warriors at the ridge mutters. More of them. He grips his shield tighter. The chieftain doesn't answer. He counts quickly 12, maybe 15 at the front. More shadows gathering behind. But these new rivals present something different. They're not silent. A low chant rises from them deep. Rhythmic, like the hum of a dozen throats vibrating in unison. It's not a war cry. It's far too controlled for that. It sounds more like a ceremonial march, something recited from memory. Carried across generations, the chant grows louder, rolling up the hill in a steady pulse. A few of the younger warriors glance nervously at one another. The rhythm is hypnotic, unsettling, as if meant to shake the resolve of anyone listening. The chieftain takes a step forward. "Identify yourselves," he calls out, voice echoing across the frozen ravine. The chanting stops instantly. A single figure steps from the front line. He wears no helmet, just a heavy iron circlet resting across his brow. His beard is braided into long cords, his cloak pinned with a carved bone clasp. Even before he speaks, everyone recognizes what he is. Not Roman, not foreign, one of their own. A Welshman. But from where? No clan crest is familiar. No banner is raised. His arms bear strange marking spirals and slashes of ink that do not match any known tribe from the surrounding valleys. When he finally speaks, his voice booms across the ridge with startling authority. "Lay down your arms," the chieftain stiffens. "We do not answer to unknown clans." The man with the circlet raises his chin. "Then learn quickly, for you stand in the path of a storm already moving." A murmur spreads among the warriors. Someone whispers, "What storm?" Another mutters, "Who are they to command us?" The stranger lifts his spear. "Not in threat, but in decoration. We come from the Western Isles," he says. "From lands where Rome's shadow no longer reaches. We are the wardens of the line." The wardens. The name means nothing to the ridge defenders. And yet something about the title feels intentionally heavy. As though crafted to intimidate, the chieftain keeps his posture rigid. Why march on our settlement? "We do not march to destroy," the warden replies. "We march to preserve." "Preserve what?" the chieftain demands. The stranger points south toward the valley, toward the forest, toward where the first silent group had appeared. "Wales," he says simply, "the true Wales. Not the fractured clans who fight for small hills, not the Rome-taught farmers who bow to foreign laws, and not the ones who walk in shadows claiming dominion over fate." The chieftain's eyes narrow. "You know of the others." "We know more than you," the warden says. "We know why they've come. We know what they seek. And we know this valley is the first mark on their path." The chieftain hesitates. What path? A cold wind sweeps across the ridge, carrying with it a faint, distant horn from somewhere far beyond the eastern forest. It's not the stranger's horn from earlier. This one is deeper, older, almost mournful. The warden lowers his voice. The path of convergence. The word lands like a stone dropped into still water, ripples spreading through every man on the ridge. The chieftain has heard it before, but in stories, told by half-light, not meant for sober truth. Convergence, he repeats quietly. That is a myth. The warden's jaw tightens. Not anymore. Before the chieftain can question further, another horn sounds, this time from behind them, the settlement. A woman's scream follows, faint but unmistakable. The chieftain whirls round. A glow is rising from the valley floor, not flame, not torchlight, but something dim and shifting, as if the air itself is beginning to shimmer. The warden looks toward it without surprise. They've begun, he says. Then he steps forward, planting his spear into the frozen soil. Choose now, chieftain. Stand alone and fall by dawn, or stand with us and face what is coming. The glow in the valley intensifies. The drums resume, this time from both directions, and the night, which had already felt heavy, becomes nearly suffocating as Wales plunges deeper into the first stage of a conflict older than any tribal feud and far larger than anything these warriors ever imagined. The chieftain sprints down the ridge before the warden can say another word, his warriors scrambling after him. Snow breaks under their boots, breath steaming in rapid bursts as they descend toward the valley where the glow thickens into a pale, wavering haze. It doesn't flicker like fire. It moves slowly, almost like fog being pushed by an unseen tide. When they reach the lower slope, the haze spreads across the ground in a thin sheet, drifting through the grass and curling round stones as if it has weight. The air has a strange metallic scent, sharp enough to make a few warriors cough. A young scout, eyes wide, whispers, "That's not smoke." "What is it?" The chieftain doesn't answer. Shadows move inside the haze, silhouettes drifting in and out of the shifting light. Some appear human, some don't. Each seems distorted as if glimpsed through water. A sudden shout comes from the settlement. "Chieftain, over here!" Two villagers sprint toward him, faces pale, stumbling as though chased. When they reach him, one drops to her knees, gasping. The other points toward the huts at the valley's center. They're inside. He stammers, not the strangers from before, others, shapes, moving through the walls. Before he can continue, a ripple shudders through the haze. A figure emerges just beyond the first row of hut stall, draped in a dark, woven cloak that almost seems to merge with the haze itself. Its head tilts slightly as though listening to something only it can hear. Then another figure joins it. Then another. The villagers back away immediately. The chieftain pushes them behind his warriors and unsheathes his sword. Hold formation. But the command wavers as more figures emerge. Dozens, all silent. Their faces are partially obscured, but enough detail shows to reveal features that don't seem fully correct. Eyes too reflective, limbs too slow. As though their movements lag a heartbeat behind the motion, the haze curls round their feet like obedient smoke. Up on the ridge, the wardens of the line stand watching. Then, with unnerving coordination, they begin descending the slope in a disciplined column, spears lowered, shields angled, chant low in their throats again. But the chieftain's focus remains on the settlement. "How many?" he asks the kneeling villager. She shakes her head, trembling. "I don't know. They came through the mist, through the walls, I heard, whispering." Another ripple travels through the haze. This time the sound is audible or faint, layered murmur like dozens of voices speaking in unison. Too low to understand, the sound curls round the warriors, raising goose flesh on every arm. The chieftain feels something he hasn't felt since he was a boy, genuine fear. The first of the shadowed figures steps closer, slow but purposeful. At that moment, the warden approaches from behind. "Do not engage them directly," he warns. "Not until the line is formed. They're invading my home," the chieftain snaps. "And if you charge now, you will die before your blade reaches them." The warriors exchange anxious glances. The warden lifts his spear, pointing to the haze. "That is not natural fog. It is a barrier, a veil. Break it too early and it will tear you apart. The chieftain turned sharply toward him. Then what do you propose? The warden signals his warriors, who begin forming a semicircle round the settlement's edge. We shape the field. We contain the veil before it spreads. Then we face what walks within it. The murmur from the haze grows stronger, now almost rhythmic. A few of the shadowed figures begin turning their heads in unison toward the oncoming wardens, an unnatural, synchronized motion. The chieftain's pulse pounds in his ears. Who are these things? He asks quietly. The warden gives a slow exhale, as though saying it aloud carries weight. They call themselves the keepers of the first thread. The chieftain frowns. Never heard of them. You weren't meant to, the warden replies. No one was until the convergence began. Behind them, the haze flares brighter for a moment, revealing several shapes, inside one of them towering, hunched, with elongated arms nearly dragging along the ground, a fresh wave of fearables. Through the chieftain's warriors, the warden grips his spear tighter. Ready yourselves, he says. Once the veil seals, they will come for all of us. The haze begins to pulse once, twice, like a heartbeat. The chieftain steps forward, raising his sword. And as the pulsing intensifies, the veil finally snaps shut with a sound like rushing wind, locking the valley into a shimmering prison. The first keeper steps out, and the true battle for Wales begins. The instant the veil seals, the valley changes, sound dulls, as though the air has thickened. Colors fade a little, washed in a pale blue tint. Even the snow seems quieter underfoot. The chieftain feels a pressure behind his ears, subtle, but constant, like the valley itself is humming. The first keeper steps forward, its cloak dragging through the frost without leaving a mark. The haze coils round its ankles like obedient servants. The face beneath the hood is half visible, now pale, eyes reflective like polished bone, expression unreadable. When it stops, the others behind it stop with the same unnatural precision. The warden raises a fist, holding his warriors in place. Do not break formation, he murmurs. The keeper tilts its head slightly, observing them. Then it lifts a hand. The haze reacts instantly, spiraling upward into a thin whirl round its arm. A warrior mutters, "That's sorcery." The chieftain shoots him a look that silences him immediately. The keeper's voice, when it speaks, is laid multiple tones overlapping, some higher, some impossibly deep. You cross into a thread not woven for you. The chieftain steps forward. Your creatures entered our homes. That makes this our thread. The keeper's reflective eyes flick toward him. We do not seek your kind. We maintain balance by invading my settlement, by preventing collapse. The warden narrows his gaze. Collapse of what? The keeper lifts its arm again. The haze thickens, revealing faint flickers of light like tiny shards of glass suspended in the air. The lines between realms thin. You strengthen them by remaining separate, but it gestures toward the settlement, broke the boundary. We came to mend it. The chieftain bristles. No one here broke anything. The keeper's head tilts. You cannot see what you disturb. That is why we walk. Behind the keeper, the towering, hunched sheep shifts slowly, unfolding to its full height. It stands nearly twice as tall as a man, limbs long and jointed strangely, like a creature assembled from mismatched parts. Its eyes glow faintly inside the haze. Several warriors recoil instinctively. The chieftain steadies his grip on his sword. Explain yourselves. What boundary? What realm? The keeper does not answer directly. Instead, its voice lowers. The convergence has begun. Threads unravel if left to tear. Neither of our worlds will survive intact. The warden steps forward. Then why confront them? They know nothing of this. The keeper's hand closes, and the haze round it compresses with a soft crack. Because ignorance does not excuse interference, the warden's warriors shift uneasily, tightening their semicircle. The keeper glides a few steps closer. The chieftain steps up to meet it. Blade angled defensively, the keeper studies him. You will resist. It says. It is expected. It is always expected. The chieftain frowns. Always. Yes, every cycle. That word sends a chill down the chieftain's spine, not from the cold, but from the certainty in the keeper's tone. The warden reacts immediately. Your kind has done this before. The keeper's many-layered voice seems almost amused. Many times. Across many winters, the towering creature shifts again. Its spine cracking as it straightens further. A low, vibrating growl resonates from deep within its chest, not animal, not human, but something in between. The keeper lowers its arms slowly. Stand aside. We will cleanse this valley. You may live if you do not interfere. The chieftain laughs once sharp, humorless. Well, that settles it, he says. Stepping forward, we interfere. A ripple of tension spreads through both sides. The keeper's eyes flare just slightly. Then your thread ends here. It raises both hands. The haze responds instantly, forming spiraling tendrils that lash outward like living smoke. Hold the line. The warden shouts. The first tendril slams into the warden's shields, sending a shockwave through the formation. Warriors stagger, boots scraping across the frost. Another tendril whips toward the chieftain. He ducks under it, feeling a burst of icy pressure sweep past his cheek. The towering creature roars a guttural, bone-deep sound and starts charging forward. The chieftain shouts to his warriors, brace. The creature crosses half the distance in 3 strides. The warden grips his spear, angling it toward the charging beast. The keeper takes a step back, watching like a conductor guiding a performance. The haze pulses again stronger, brighter, and then the first true clash erupts in the heart of the sealed valley. Echoing like thunder through the shimmering veil, the charging creature hits the front line like a battering ram. Shields slam together with a thunderous crack. The impact sends the first rank skidding backward. Boots carving deep lines through the frost. Several warriors grunt as the shock ripples through their arms and shoulders. But the line holds barely. The warden plants his spear and meets the creature head-on. The tip drives into the thing's shoulder, lodging deep. Instead of recoiling, the creature surges forward, dragging the spear with it. The warden is yanked off balance and forced to roll to the side as the beast swings a massive limb. In his direction, its strike smashes into the frozen ground, splintering ice and sending shards flying. The chieftain seizes the opening. He darts in low, blade drawn back. His sword arcs upward, slicing through the haze that clings to the creature's ribs instead of flesh. He strikes something hard, something that vibrates like cracked stone. The creature roars, twisting toward him. Its glowing eyes intensify. The chieftain barely leaps back in time. Behind them, the keeper lifts both arms, elbows bent, palms facing downward. The haze responds instantly, billowing round it in heavy waves. Tendrils unravel from its sleeves and slither across the ground like hunting serpents. A warrior near the rear shouts, incoming. To tendrils lash toward him. He raises his shield. But the haze doesn't strike its sachets. It wraps round the shield's edge, slinking over it like smoke passing through cloth. Within seconds, the shield trembles in his grip. The wood cracks. He drops it, cussing. Just before it disintegrates into flakes, the warden shouts, "Do not let it touch your gear. Form tight, keep your shields layered." But the haze isn't giving them time. More tendrils spill outward, creeping round boots, ankles, and shield rims. Warriors stomp and kick, trying to disperse them. The tendrils retreat only to reform seconds later. The chieftain sees the pattern. The keeper isn't attacking them directly, it's wearing them down, overwhelming them with pressure and fatigue, softening the formation so the creature can tear them apart. Warden, he calls out. Ignore the creature, take the keeper. The warden ducks under another swipe, rolls, and retrieves a fallen spear. On your mark, the chieftain nods once, then charges. Immediately the haze reacts, surging toward him in thick, writhing ribbons. The chieftain squares his shoulders and slashes through the nearest tendril. His blade disrupts it briefly, but the haze pulls itself back together almost instantly. Like water closing behind a boat, the keeper tilts its head as he approaches, its layered voice murmuring. This thread resists most stubbornly. It lifts a hand. A pulse of pressure erupts outward, an invisible wave that slams into the chieftain's chest like a hammer. He skids back several paces, boots scraping deep grooves into the frost. His breath rushes out in a harsh gasp. But he does not fall. He plants his feet, resets his stance, and charges again. This time, the warden joins him, sprinting at an angle, circling toward the keeper's flank. The haze thickens, the chieftain's vision flickers, the world turns briefly grainy, as though he's looking through rippling water. A cold dread grips his stomach for an instant. He isn't standing in a valley. He's seeing flashes, shadows of other places. Other battles, warriors he doesn't recognize, the same keeper, the same creature, the same confrontation. He feels himself stumble. Stay with me, the warden shouts. The chieftain blinks hard. The vision snaps away. The valley returns. The keeper lowers its hand slowly. So you begin to remember, it says. The chieftain doesn't answer. He cannot with that ringing in his skull. Not with the sudden, nauseating sense of déjà vu crawling through his bones. The warden lunges first. His spear thrusts toward the keeper's side. A haze barrier erupts in front of it. Catching the blow, the spear splinters in half. The warden recoils, tossing the broken shaft aside. The keeper flicks its fingers. A haze coil darts out like a darting viper, striking the warden across the chest. He's thrown backward. Tumbling through the snow, the chieftain sees the opening. He swings a heavy, arcing strike that should tear straight through the keeper's torso, but the blade passes through the haze cloak as though slicing fog. He staggers forward, off balance. The keeper steps behind him with unnatural fluidity. You cannot harm what is not here. The chieftain pivots, teeth clenched. His sword drags lines through the frost. The keeper lifts its hand again. But something interrupts. A deep, cracking roar echoes behind them. The towering creature stumbles, collapsing to a knee. 3 warriors hang from its limbs, hacking at its joints with desperate fury. Another drives a spear into its back. The creature thrashes in agony. The haze round the keeper flickers, momentarily unstable. The chieftain sees it. Now, he roars. He rushes forward with everything he has left. The warden scrambles to his feet, grabs a fallen axe, and sprints to join him. The keeper turns toward the creature, voice layered and strained. Hold your form, but the haze wavers again. The warden reaches the keeper first. He swings. The keeper raises its arm to block. The warden adjusts mid-strike, letting the axe slide lower, and he hits the keeper's leg. Not the cloak, not the haze, something solid beneath. The keeper recoils, its cloak twisting violently, and for the first time, a sound escapes it that is not calm, not layered, not composed. A sharp, pained gasp. The chieftain's eyes flare. So you can be touched. The keeper retreats a step, small, but telling. The haze shudders all round them. Then the keeper lowers its head, voice dropping into a cold, dangerous register. Then you will see what lies beneath the veil. The haze begins to compress inward, gathering round the keeper's form. The creature, wounded but still alive, roars in response, and the valley trembles as the keeper begins to reveal what it truly is. The haze collapses inward with a force that makes the air tighten. It spirals, twisting in on itself like a storm funnel pulled in reverse. Warriors stagger back, raising shields, not knowing whether to brace for fire or frost or something entirely unseen, even the wounded. Creature lowers its head, sensing a shift. Its glow dims in wary submission. The keeper's cloak, once drifting like smoke in slow motion, now whips violently round its frame. The cloth pulls taut, then splits down the center with a clean, deliberate tear. Something underneath presses outward, something angular, rigid. Controlled, the haze erupts upward in a pillar, and for a moment the keeper is nothing but a silhouette inside a column of swirling darkness. The chieftain braces himself, planting his feet wide, knuckles wide round the hilt of his sword. The warden limps to his side, breathing raggedly, his axe ready, whatever comes out of that. The warden mutters, "Don't let it touch you." The darkness breaks, not outward, like an explosion, inward, like it's being devoured. The haze streams into the keeper's body, funneling into its chest, its limbs, its skull. The creature inhales it with unnatural precision, drawing every last wisp into itself until not a single tendril remains drifting across the frost. And when the haze is gone, the keeper stands transformed. Its form is no longer humanoid and obscured, no longer a cloaked figure. It has sharpened, refined, become exact plates of pale, metallic bone shift faintly beneath translucent layers of something not quite skin and not quite armor. Its face is smooth, expressionless, with faint geometric lines etched across it like runes carved into stone. Its eyes burn not with glow, but with structure, a lattice of light, forming and reforming, as though constantly calculating reality itself. The chieftain feels the back of his neck prickle. The keeper speaks again, but now its voice is singular. No echoes, no leering. Your resistance has exceeded acceptable thresholds. The chieftain spat to the side. Good, we aim to disappoint. The keeper raises a hand, and the world round it bends, not visually, not with wind, but with pressure. The frost on the ground cracks into a spiderweb pattern. The ice beneath it fractures in a perfect circle. The air feels heavier, like a storm building inside each man's chest. Then, the keeper moves, not fast, instant. One moment it stands yards away. The next, it is inches from the warden. A sharp, flat hand strikes across the warden's ribs. No theatric stop, no flare. Just a precise, devastating hit. The warden flies sideways, his entire body lifted and hurled across the frost. He slams into a boulder and drops, gasping, unable to stand. The chieftain doesn't hesitate. He swings his sword upward in a brutal diagonal arc. But the keeper raises a single finger and the blade stops dead, not frozen. Not in ice, frozen in place, stuck in reality itself. The chieftain tries to wrench it free. His muscles strain, veins bulge, his teeth grit. But the sword will not move an inch. It's like trying to drag a mountain sideways. The keeper tilts its head. You cling to tools that no longer serve you. It snaps its fingers. The sword shatters. Metal flakes burst outward like glitter caught in the sunset. Weightless, the chieftain stumbles back, staring at the shattered hilt in his hand. A murmur of fear ripples through the warriors behind him. The keeper's gaze shifts toward them. Step back, The chieftain orders sharply. Nobody moves unless I say. The keeper studies him with those lattice eyes. You maintain command despite overwhelming disadvantage. Curious, the chieftain lifts his chin. You talk a lot for something trying to kill us. I am not trying, the keeper replies. If I were trying, you would have perished upon rival. Your memory threads hold value. You are to be preserved. The chieftain's pulse falters, preserved. For a reintegration, the keeper raises its hand again. A thin thread of light arcs between its fingers, quiet, elegant, and far more terrifying than the previous storms of haze. This one is deliberate, focused, surgical. The chieftain feels something tug behind his eyes, a cold pressure, like someone pulling at the deepest part of his mind. Images threaten to surface half-remembered shapes, flashes of places he's never visited and battles he's never fought but somehow recalls. He clamps his hands over his head. No. He growls through clenched teeth. The pressure intensifies. The keeper takes a step closer. You were not meant to break away. You were not meant to stand apart from the pattern. The chieftain drops to one knee, vision blurring. The keeper reaches toward him, but a spear interrupts the moment, smashing into the keeper's shoulder with a crack like stone hitting steel. The keeper looks up, surprised. A young warrior at the back of the formation trembles, another spear already in hand. Stay away from him, the young warrior shouts. The keeper turns fully toward the boy. For the first time, its voice carries something that sounds like disappointment, misallocation of courage. It raises its hand, but the chieftain lunges upward, slamming into the keeper with the force of a full-body charge. The two tumble across the frost, the keeper twisting like a blade of wind. The chieftain gripping it with everything he has. He doesn't attack, he holds. He wraps both arms round the keeper's torso, pinning its arms tight. His teeth grit as he snarls into its ear. You want what's in my head? Then take it while I'm still breathing. The valley shakes. The creature roars. The keeper's eyes blaze brighter, and the struggle between them becomes a single, violent knot of will, strength, and something older than either of them fully understands. By the time we reach this stretch of the story, Wales is standing in that strange, uncomfortable space between survival and reinvention. The Roman world is gone fully. Unquestionably gone, but its ghost still hangs over the land like morning mist that refuses to lift, and in that ghost light, Welsh leaders are trying to figure out what comes next. Not in a grand, sweeping let-us-fortunation kind of way, but in the small, messy, human way that history usually works, patch by patch, Hillfort by Hillfort, clan by clan. Imagine a Wales where the old hilltop defences, abandoned centuries earlier because Rome made them unnecessary, suddenly matter again. The locals begin drifting back to them not because they're romantic, but because being on top of a hill is a really good idea when readers keep showing up uninvited. Timber gets dragged up slopes. Scraps of old Roman tiles get repurposed, and on these windswept heights, new communities begin to form. They are not glamorous, they are not mighty cities, but they are stubborn, self-sustaining, and unexpectedly resilient, which, to be fair, is very on-brand for Wales, for the East. Saxon pressure is growing like a slow-moving storm front. You can see it coming, you can hear it. Coming, but stopping it, that's another matter entirely. Welsh kings are trying, desperately, to unify enough warriors to push back against the creeping tide. But unity in post-Roman Wales is like trying to stack river stones in a gale. Someone always disagrees. Someone always feuds. Someone always thinks they should be in charge instead. And yet, somehow, through this messy assortment of rivalries and alliances, something almost miraculous begins to happen. the shared cultural identity starts tightening, old tribal names fade. New poetic traditions rise, bardic storytellers become the guardians of memory, stitching together a sense of collective past that helps make sense of a very uncertain present. Wales, in this moment, is not a nation, it's not even close, but it is a shared landscape where the past refuses to die quietly, and where people cling fiercely to language, lineage, and land. Rome left, but Wales didn't collapse. It adapted, awkwardly, unevenly, stubbornly, exactly the way you'd expect. And beneath it all, the Simon truth remains. A great conflict is coming. Welsh rulers can feel it. Saxon warlords can feel it. No one knows who will stand tallest when the dust settles. But everyone knows the fighting hasn't even reached its fiercest point yet. As we move deeper into this unfolding landscape, the mood across Wales grows heavier, more braced, as if the entire region is standing on the shoreline watching a wave rise higher and higher without ye. Tea hitting, the Saxons aren't just raiding anymore, they're settling, building, testing Welsh. Boundaries like fingers pressing along the seams of old Roman roads and river valleys. Every chieftain knows that sooner or later those seams will tear unless someone, somewhere, figures out how to hold the line. Yet inside Wales, unity continues to be more of an ambition than a reality. Rival families guard their territories with the same intensity they reserve for fighting outsiders. They measure prestige through cattle, land, lineage, and the authority of their ancestors, not through some grand vision of a united Wales. So negotiations happen in dimly lit halls, over drinking bowls, in whispered debates carried along by drifting smoke from the hearth. Some chieftains argue for cooperation, others insist their neighbors can't be trusted. And every meeting ends with the same frustrating uncertainty. Who will actually lead? Still, the pressure of a common enemy has a way of reshaping priorities, slowly, uneasily. Welsh kingdoms begin forming alliances that would have seemed impossible a generation earlier. Messenger riders travel narrow paths between hill forts. Oaths are sworn. Spears are pledged. It's not stable, but it's something. Just enough to give the Saxons pause, though not quite enough to frighten them. Meanwhile, cultural life continues to knit people together in ways politics cannot. Bardic poets roam from fortress to fortress, transforming local struggles into songs of defiance and endurance. These performers become walking archives, the keepers of memory, identity, and pride. Their verses help define what it means to be Welsh in a world where borders are shifting and enemies keep testing the edges in a strange way. Poetry does more unifying work than many of the chiefs swinging actual swords, beyond the halls and hilltops. The land itself becomes a battleground of quiet decisions. Families resettle higher ground. Shepherds choose safer pastures. Farmers adapt to new rhythms as travel becomes increasingly dangerous. The countryside feels tense, alert, but also incredibly alive, with people adjusting, coping, and refusing to surrender their way of life. And in the distance, just over the horizon, something darker brews. Reports from the east grow more alarming. Saxon groups aren't just pushing westward. Some are consolidating into larger, more coordinated forces. The Welsh chieftains sense the shift. The struggle that has simmered for decades is about to blaze into something much larger, something that will define generations. As the months roll on, the fragile alliances across Wales begin to harden into something more deliberate. Not unity, not yet, but a shared understanding that survival now depends on cooperation more than pride. Still, it's a cooperation carried on thin ice. Every gathering of chieftains carries the weight of old feuds, remembered insults, and disputes over grazing borders. But the constant tension from the east pushes those quarrels into the background. The Saxons are coming, and everyone knows it. Chieftains who once refused even to sit in the same hall now find themselves negotiating terms. With carefully neutral expressions, gifts are exchanged, cattle, finely worked brooches, weapons with inlaid hilts, each one a symbolic gesture meant to soften stubborn hearts. Yet every conversation circles the unavoidable question: who will take command when the fighting begins? No one wants to kneel to another, but no one wants to face the Saxons alone. The balance is delicate, almost brittle, out in the settlements. Rumors spread faster than the messengers. People talk of strange banners seen near river crossings, of villages to the east that have simply gone quiet, of Saxon ships hugging distant coastlines. Whether or not every story is true doesn't matter. Fear fills in the gaps. Welsh warriors sharpen their spears. Mothers teach their children to stay close to home. Hunters choose routes that keep them near cover, watching the edges of the forests for movement. Inside hillforts, life takes on a sharper rhythm. Training becomes more rigorous. Young men eager for glory find their enthusiasm tempered by the stern warnings of elders who have fought long enough to know the price of real combat. Blacksmiths work with a new urgency, shaping spearheads and reforging old blades. Shields are repaired, horses conditioned, supply stores checked and rechecked. The preparations are quiet but constant, like the tightening of a bowstring before release. Yet even as the practical work continues, the Welsh spirit remains anchored in traditions that long predate this crisis. In the evenings, gatherings continue round hearth fires where storytellers recount the deeds of ancient heroes, warriors who stood against invaders, giants, monsters, and impossible odds. These tales serve a purpose far beyond entertainment. They remind listeners that their ancestors endured worse, fought harder, and preserved their identity through sheer determination. In those dimly lit halls, the past becomes a map for the present. But not all signs are comforting. Scouts return with reports that Saxon groups are coordinating more than before. They're not just raiding, they're choosing strategic points, river routes, old Roman roads, and places where the terrain narrows into natural choke points. Someone among them is thinking like a leader, perhaps several leaders, which means the conflict ahead will be more organized and more dangerous than anything Wales has faced in generations. Everyone can feel it now, a shift in the wind, a quiet tightening of nerves across every valley and ridge. Wales stands at the brink of a trial that will reshape its future. The question that hangs over every chieftain, bard, and farmer is simple but immense. Will the Welsh stand together when the storm finally breaks? As the uneasy calm stretches across the Welsh landscape, the air itself seems to expect something. Even the animals in the forests behave differently, quieter, more cautious, as if they, too, sense the approaching shift. Travelers moving between villages speak in low voices, passing along fragments of news gathered from distant hills. A Saxon warband seen near the old Roman road, smoke rising where no settlement should be. A local chieftain who hasn't responded to messages in weeks. Each rumor adds another stone too. The growing weight pressing on the countryside. Within the hillforts, councils now meet more frequently. What were once occasional gatherings have become a near constant cycle of discussions, arguments, and tense agreements. Some leaders argue for preemptive strikes, desperate to seize initiative before the Saxons consolidate their strength. Others caution restraint, reminding everyone that a miscalculation could fracture the delicate alliances that have only just begun to form. Pride, always a dangerous companion, sits beside every warrior in the room. Still, for all the bluster and debate, there is a slow strengthening beneath the surface. Messengers travel day and night, carrying coded marks carved into wooden slats that represent mutual aid pacts. Food stores are redistributed from wealthier territories to those recently hit by early raids. Even the bards keepers of memory, honor, and morale play their part, crafting new verses praising unity and warning against division. These songs travel just as far as the messengers, carried by voices in taverns, farmsteads, and along coastal paths. Out in the fields, farmers harvest early when they can. Anticipating disruptions ahead, granaries are reinforced with thick timber beams. Lookouts are stationed on high ridges, their silhouettes outlined against the twilight as they scan the horizon for unusual movement. A single distant plume of smoke is enough to send word racing through an entire valley. Preparation has become a way of life. Meanwhile, along the eastern borders, Welsh scouts engage in increasingly close encounters. Not full battle, no. Not yet, but probing skirmishes, sudden arrows loosed from the shadows. Tracks discovered where none should be. The Saxons seem to be testing the land, testing the response. Sometimes the scouts return with grim news. A small hamlet abandoned, doors left swinging open in the wind. Sometimes they return with trophy shields marked with unfamiliar symbols, suggesting that new factions may have joined the Saxons, or that old ones have reorganized. The tension builds not only on the ground, but in the mind. Villagers perform nightly rituals older than Christianity, charms hung by doorways, ashes scattered in patterns meant to ward off danger, whispered prayers to ancient gods for protection. In the mountains, shepherds claim to hear strange echoes at dusk, as though voices carried unnaturally far. Whether it is merely the wind between stones or something else, no one can say, but it adds to the sense that Wales itself is holding its breath. Despite the fear, there is resilience. The people have endured Romans, internal feuds, and centuries of shifting power. They know how to survive, how to adapt, how to draw strength from land and legacy. The hills, the forests, the rivers all are allies to those who understand them, and the Welsh understand them deeply. But even the land cannot delay what's coming forever. The signs grew clearer each day, patterns of raids forming a larger shape, envoys from distant regions asking for alliances they would never have considered before. Sightings of Saxon banners massing in places chosen for strategic advantage rather than random. Plunder. The storm has not yet fallen, but its shadow now lies across every valley. Dawn breaks over the eastern ridges in a dull, muted glow, the kind of light that offers no warmth and even less comfort. It spreads slowly across the land, revealing the silhouettes of homesteads tucked into valleys, the faint smoke of early fires curling upward, and the distant outline of ancient standing stones that have watched centuries of turmoil unfold. On this morning, everything feels heavier, as though the landscape itself is bracing for impact. Along one of the main ridge pots, a Welsh scout named Cadell moves silently between boulders, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He is young, no more than 20, but his gaze carries the weight of someone who has seen too much too quickly. In the last months, his unit has tracked more Saxon movements than in the previous 2 years combined. Their camps are larger, their patrols more coordinated, their tactics less like raiders and more like an army preparing for a decisive push. Even from this distance, Cadell spots unfamiliar standards fluttering behind tree lines. Likely new warlords eager to carve out glory. He slips back into the forest, where his unit waits near a waterfall muffled by moss and overhanging leaves. Their captain listens silently as Cadell reports what he saw. There is no surprise on the captain's face, only confirmation that the growing whispers across the country are becoming unmistakably real. With a curt nod, he orders the team to break camp and carry the message westward, to the nearest chieftain keeping watch over the borderlands. while the scouts ride through narrow mountain passes. Life continues in the settlements scattered throughout Wales, though with a palpable shift in tone. The bards who once sang of legendary kings and ancient victories now find their performances tinged with urgency. Their tales remind listeners of the resilience of the Welsh people, of ancestors who held the line against enemies far greater than themselves. Even children fall silent when these stories are told, sensing that they are no longer just entertainment, they are warnings wrapped in tradition. In the market squares, trade is brisk but anxious. Smiths have more orders for spearheads, shield rims, and iron fittings than they can reasonably complete. Farmers barter grain for horseshoes. Leather workers mend armor that has been gathering dust since the chieftains for the last word. The rhythm of the towns is quickened by preparation. Every hammer strike echoing the knowledge that time is running out. Among the nobles, the conversation is shifting to meetings between rival clans once unthinkable are becoming common out of necessity. Old grudges are set aside with an easy handshakes. The sense is growing that Wales must present a united front or risk being picked apart. Valley by valley, tribe by tribe, some chieftains agree readily, understanding the danger. Others hesitate, suspicious of losing autonomy or falling under someone else's influence. Convincing these wavering lords often requires more than words, displays of strength, demonstrations of loyalty, or carefully negotiated marriages meant to bind families together in solidarity. In one of the mountain strongholds, a gathering takes place under torchlight. The hall is filled with the murmur of voices, the smell of wool cloaks damp from mist, and the constant hiss of logs burning in the central hearth. A messenger arrives mid-meeting, dust on his boots and urgency in his breath. He delivers the news that Cadell's scouts confirmed. Saxon forces are massing in multiple locations, forming what looks like a coordinated strike pattern rather than isolated raids. The whole falls silent. Leaders exchange tense glances, the weight of responsibility settling onto their shoulders. They realize that the window for preparation is closing and that hesitation could cost entire regions their freedom. After hours of deliberation, they agree to call a larger assembly or a national moot to determine a unified plan of action. While these political gears grind into motion, the common people continue with their daily lives, though the fear is never far from their minds. At night, families barricade doors not out of superstition, but out of lived experience. Travelers avoid certain roads after dusk. Shepherds keep their flocks closer to home. Every distant shout, every barking dog, every sudden gust of wind seems to hint at something lurking just beyond sight. Yet, even with the fear, a fierce determination is growing. The Welsh have survived the fall of Rome, the loss of trade routes, and generations of internal strife. They know how to endure. They know how to fight for their land. Many whisper that this time, the struggle will define not just their future, but the future of Wales itself. And as the sun dips behind the mountains once more, the shadows lengthen across the valleys, signaling that the moment everyone has been dreading is drawing ever closer. Night settles over the valleys like a heavy blanket, soft in appearance but pressing down with a weight that no one can quite shake off. The kind of night where the sky is moonless and the stars feel distant, swallowed by low clouds drifting in from the western sea. In a small hilltop village, the wind whistles between wooden shutters as families gather close round their hearths, trying to push back the uneasy darkness. In one of those homes, an elder named Eyre sits beside the fire, her hands busy weaving a wool cloak as she hums an old tune. Across from her, two children listen intently, the shadows of the flames dancing across their faces. They ask her if the stories of giants and ancient warriors are true, the ones she tells with such certainty. Eyre pauses, the thread held still between her fingers. She explains that legends are born when ordinary people meet extraordinary moments and that wills. might be standing at the edge of one now. The children nod solemnly, sensing the deep truth beneath her gentle words. Meanwhile, on the opposite hillside, a band of young men trains beneath the torchlight. Their swords are uneven, their shields mismatched, and their armor mostly leather scraps reinforced with riveted iron. But their resolve is unmistakable. Each swing of the blade is fueled by a mix of fear and pride, fear of what may come, and pride in defending a homeland that has shaped them since birth. Their instructor, a veteran named Brychen, barks at them to tighten their formations, reminding them that bravery alone won't keep a shield wall from collapsing. The practice is grueling. But no one complains. They all understand the stakes across the region. Similar scenes unfold. Blacksmith forges glow deep into the night as hammers pound red-hot iron. Carts creak along narrow paths under cover of darkness, delivering grain stores to hillforts being fortified with new timber palisades. Messengers on horseback dash between settlements, their cloaks snapping behind them as they carry critical updates about clan movements, potential allies, and suspected Saxon scouting parties. The countryside is alive with motion and entire people quietly bracing themselves. As dawn approaches, a heavy fog rolls through the valleys, carrying with it the scent of wet earth and pine. At a small river crossing, a solitary figure waits. He's a Saxon scout, cloaked in neutral colors, his horse tethered behind a dense thicket. He watches the opposite bank, noting the increased patrols and the freshly carved boundary stakes. He scribbles details onto a small wax tablet before turning back toward the Saxon lines, where his commander waits for news. Both sides know the storm is coming, and both sides are probing for weaknesses. Far to the north, in a stone fortification built generations earlier, Welsh leaders gather again in a narrow chamber lit by guttering candles. They stand together round an old wooden table etched with decades of knife marks, its surface now covered with rough maps drawn in charcoal. The debate grows heated as they discuss where to position their forces. Some argue for pulling back into the mountains where the terrain favors them. Others push for meeting the Saxons head-on before they gain too much ground. Voices rise. Hands slam against the table, and accusations of cowardice or recklessness threaten to fracture the fragile alliances. Then a lone voice cuts through, an older lord named Owain, respected for his years of experience. He reminds them that every clan, every valley, every family in Wales is counting on them to find unity. Disagreements are a luxury they can know longer afford. His words settle in the room like a cold wind, sobering and undeniable. Slowly, the leaders nod. Positions are chosen. Messengers are dispatched. War preparations enter their final phase, back in the lowlands. Farmers gather their animals into reinforced pens, while women fill sacks with dried grains, salted meats, and herbs that can outlast sieges. The quiet atmosphere feels almost ritualistic, as though every person understands their role in an ancient cycle. The land is threatened, the people respond, and life continues in stubborn defiance. By midday, the fog lifts to reveal a sky streaked with muted sunlight, a Welsh watchtower perched atop her. Rocky outcrop stands silhouetted against the horizon. From its peak, a sentry suddenly straightens, raising a horn to his lips. A deep, resonant note rolls across the valley, long, unwavering, impossible to ignore in the distance. Faint glints of metal catch the light. The Saxons are on the move, and with that, an entire nation exhales, knowing the final shadows before the storm have passed. The next chapter will not be written in whispers or waiting, it will be written in steel, courage, and the determination of a people who refuse to fade. The horn's echo fades slowly, swallowed by the cliffs and forests, but its meaning hangs heavy over every corner of the land. It is the kind of sound that changes posture, changes pace, changes the rhythm of an entire valley. Men drop their tools mid-strike. Women freeze in the middle of tying bundles. Children look to the adults with wide, questioning eyes. The world seems to narrow to a single truth. The Saxons have crossed the line. Along a ridge path lined with gorse and heather, a group of young Welsh riders spur their ponies into motion. Their cloaks whip behind them as they speed toward the hill foot. Each rider carries a short spear and a round shield strapped to their back. But their most important duty is not to fight, it is to spread the alarm faster than any marching army could advance. Dust kicks up behind their hooves as they race across the high ground, their voices calling warnings to shepherds and farmers below. Inside the hill foot, the atmosphere shifts instantly. What was a busy hub of preparation becomes a controlled frenzy. The great wooden gates reinforced with fresh beams swing open as families pour inside for safety. Guards shout instructions, waving people toward designated shelters. Chickens flap wildly as they're herded toward the storage huts, while goats bleat loudly in protest at being moved. Even the livestock seems to understand. Something is different today. At the fort's central platform, the chieftain Caerwent stands overlooking the valley with narrowed eyes. His armor is simple but sturdy, layered leather with iron plates stitched across the chest. Beside him, his second-in-command, a woman named Mare, adjusts the strap on her shield. She was raised among the Highland clans and has seen more than a few battles. Together, they examine the distant line of movement, glints of helmets, the shapes of shields, and the unmistakable slow march of men who believe the land ahead belongs to them by right. Below them, warriors gather in rows. The mood is tense, but not panicked. These are people who have lived on contested ground for generations. Each man checks his gear, the grip of the spear, the tightness of the shield straps, the balance of the sea knife at his belt. The air smells of sweat, damp wool, and the faint metallic tang of sharpened steel. On the far side of the fort, a group of elderly villagers kneel together near a small stone circle. They whisper prayers that have been spoken since long before Rome ever set foot on these hills. Their voices are soft, but steady, weaving ancient rhythms that ask the land itself to stand with its people. The circle is simple, just rough stones, but every scratch and groove holds centuries of hope and fear. Meanwhile, in the woods bordering the valley, a small Welsh scouting party uses the cover of oak and ash trees to watch the Saxon advance more closely. Their leader, Idris, signals for silence as he crouches behind a fallen log. Through the branches, he counts the enemy. Not a massive invasion force, perhaps a probing band. Maybe 40 or 50 men, but disciplined, armored, and moving with purpose. Enough to test the Welsh defenses, enough to cause devastation if left unchecked. Idris notes everything: the banners, the weapons, the spacing of the ranks. He's no stranger to this dance. Over the years, he has learned that battles are not won solely by strength, but by knowing how the enemy breathes, how they move, how they pause. When he sees two Saxons break off from the formation to check the hillside, he gestures sharply. His scuds pull back in absolute silence, melting into the undergrowth as though the forest itself swallows them. Back at the fort, Caerwent receives Idris's report. The chieftain's jaw tightens. A probing force means more will come. But it also means the Saxons are not yet certain of the Welsh strength. That uncertainty is a weapon on its own. Mare suggests positioning small ambush parties along the ridge trails to create the illusion of a larger force. Caerwent agrees. Deception, used wisely, can buy precious time. As the Welsh prepare, the Saxons continue their steady march. Their leader, a seasoned then named Aelfric, rides near the front. He is a broad-shouldered man with pale hair braided down his back and a scar across his cheek. His men respect him, for he leads from the front. He studies the landscape with a soldier's eye, calculating distances, noting choke points, assessing where Welsh defenders might strike from above. Ælfric's force halts briefly at a shallow stream. The Saxons drink, splash water on their faces, and tighten their belts. Some mutter about cursed hills and whisper that the Welsh fight like ghosts in the night. Ælfric silences them with a glare. Superstition has no place in formation, but even he cannot deny that. Something about these valleys makes outsiders uneasy. Afternoon light slants across the land as Caradog's forces move into formation. Shields interlock in a curved line, spears angled forward. Behind them, slingers prepare smooth river stones, their leather pouches swaying as they test their swings. At the flanks, archers take position behind rock outcrops. Arrows nocked but not yet drawn. Mare steps forward and raises her voice so all can hear. She reminds them that the land remembers every foot that walks upon it, every hand that tends it, every sacrifice made for it, and today the land will remember them. A hushed stillness follows her words, the kind that settles in the chest before courage rises, down in the valley. The Saxons finish their brief rest and resume their march. Two lines advance, one uphill, one downhill toward the inevitable point where they will meet. The air between them crackles, and as the first Saxon shield glints in the fading sunlight, Caradog lifts his spear. The battle for this valley is about to begin. The wind shifts, carrying the scent of sweat, iron and damp earth as the two lines inch closer. Welsh on the ridge, Saxons below, each measuring the other through flickers of torchlight and shadow. The valley seems to hold its breath, as though the land itself is waiting for one strike, one decision, one moment to reshape what will come next. Caradog stands at the front with his warriors, his face calm but eyes sharp. He feels each heartbeat in his chest like a drum counting down. The archers behind him raise their bows, but they don't release yet. The slingers load pebbles into leathern pouches, their hands steady, rehearsed. They know that one mistake, one false start could cost them everything. On the Saxon side, Ælfric tightens the straps on his helmet and raises a hand to signal his men forward. Their armor glints dimly in the setting sun. He does not shout orders. There's a quiet confidence in his voice and his formation. He has fought before. He has won, and he believes tonight his men can take more than just land. A hush spreads over the valley, so thick it feels like a curtain drawn across the sky. Then, like the snap of distant thunder, a single horn blasts out, not a joyous call, but a warning. Caradog exhales, steadying himself. The hard, crisp air fills his lungs. He signals advance. Warriors surge forward from the hill, shields raised. Arrows whistle, slings crack, and the first clash begins. The shock of contact charges the air with energy. Spears cross, shields lock. The sound is loud, metal on wood, boots scrambling on frost-hardened ground, cries of effort, gasps of pain. For a moment, time seems to blur. Men and steel twist together, a mess of motion, each fighting not just for survival, but for the memory of their land, their ancestors, their very right to stand. Caradog's blade finds a Saxon shield. He presses hard, pushes and grunts, feeling the weight of his people behind him. A young warrior beside him stumbles, his spear slipping. Caradog catches him by the shoulder and steadies him. There is no strategy in this moment. Only instinct, courage, and the terrible beauty of a fight you know you cannot lose. On the slopes, archers loosed their arrows deep into the heart of the Saxon line. A few shields splinter, some men fall, but the Saxon front holds firm. Their ranks press in, pushing upward. Ælfric's voice rings out, urging his men forward, calling for momentum. Suddenly, a group of Welsh slingers appear on a rocky outcrop to the right, flinging stones in hierarchs. Their pebbles fall among the Saxon shields, disrupting their formation. The advantage shifts, just slightly, enough. A Saxon warband attempts to flank toward the ridge. But Caradog's reserve rushes to block them. Their shields crash against each other, metal rings. Sharp, the ground trembles under their weight. The valley echoes with shouted names. Caradog. Ellen for Wales. Even as the battle rages, a quieter fear gnaws at Caradog's mind. The memory of the strange veil, the keepers, the unnatural shadow figures. He wonders how much of this fight is just the beginning. A surface clash staging a deeper war. A war not just for land, but for the very shape of their world. And then, in the heart of that swirling chaos, Caradog sees a flash of movement where no man should move. A figure stepping out from the hazy tree line, spectral in shape. As though summoned by war itself, it doesn't attack immediately. It watches, calm, silent, and for a moment, Caradog's breath freezes in his chest. In that heartbeat, he realizes this battle, however ferocious, may only be the first of many. The valley roars with life, death, and defiance, and as steel meets steel under a bruised sky. The war for Wales truly begins. And so we ease into another quiet stretch of this long, drifting journey through post-Roman Wales where the land itself seems to exhale, as if remembering the centuries of pressure that have shaped it. By this point in the story, the war for Wales has become less a single clash and more a long, an even struggle, a rhythm of raids, alliances, betrayals, and stubborn survival. It's a landscape where nothing stays the same for long, yet somehow everything feels strangely familiar, like hearing a song you don't quite remember learning. As we move deeper into this era, the rulers who rise across Wales are no longer simply resisting Rome's shadow or scrambling to piece together the fragments of old kingdoms. They're forging something new slowly, unevenly, and often painfully. These leaders step into a world where power is scattered like loose stones, a chieftain here, a petty king there, each trying to claim a valley or a coastline, each declaring themselves rightful heir to a past that has mostly crumbled into legend. But that's the thing about history. Even the broken pieces still cut, and even the smallest spark of ambition can set off an entire generation of conflict. The ordinary people, farmers, craftsmen, herders find themselves pulled into these struggles whether they want to be or not. 1 year, they're paying tribute to a local lord. The next year that same lord is gone. His lands swallowed by a rival, fields are burned, then rebuilt, settlements fall into ruin, then rise again a few miles away. Lives stretch on through the noise of it all, steady and unremarkable, like the tide rolling in against the cliffs. And yet, amid all this uncertainty, something surprisingly strong takes root. Not just the stubbornness the Welsh are famous for, but a deeper sense of identity and understanding that they are not Roman, and not Saxon, and not simply remnants of a collapse. They are Cymri, a people shaped by mountains and storm winds, a people with old languages, old songs, old gods slipping quietly into the shadows as new beliefs take shape. A people determined that, no matter who invades or who claims a border, this land is theirs. As the minutes roll onward, we drift through these shifting landscapes of kings and chieftains, tracing the slow, winding path toward what will eventually become the medieval Welsh kingdoms. But for now, things remain loose and undefined. Nothing is set in stone. And yet, in that uncertainty, there's a strange kind of calm, like standing at the edge of a misty valley at dawn, knowing the world is changing, but not quite able to see how. And so we continue, letting the fog settle round us as the story of Wales reshapes itself again. quietly but relentlessly, in the long shadow of Rome's retreat. And as we move gently forward, the story shifts into another quiet chapter, one where the land itself seems to guide the rhythm more than any king or warband. Wales in this era feels like a place suspended between worlds. The Roman roads still cut across the hills, though some are cracked and sinking into the earth. Old forts stand like hollow shells. New wooden halls rise beside them, smoke drifting into the cold air. It's a strange mixture of ancient order and new improvisation. As though the people are slowly learning how to breathe without the weight of empire pressing on their shoulders. This period becomes defined not by great battles, though there are always a few rumbling in the distance, but by constant movement, clans shifting territory, families leaving one valley for another. Leaders trying to stitch together fragile alliances with promises that seem to dissolve as soon as they're spoken. Everyone is adjusting to a world where survival depends on adaptability more than loyalty, and where even the most powerful men feel the ground shifting beneath them. But even in the middle of these quiet struggles, culture becomes an anchor. The old stories, carried by wandering bards, begin to blend with new tales of heroes and saints. You can almost picture them, the fire crackling in the center of a smoky hall, tired farmers leaning in to hear the familiar rise and fall of a song they've known since childhood. These stories become more than entertainment, they become memory, identity. A gentle reminder that even as political borders change, something deeper still ties the people together. Christianity spreads in this period as well, not with the force of authority, but with a slow, patient seat. Monks traveling across rugged paths, building small wooden churches, teaching a faith that mixes with older traditions like two rivers merging. It gives the people new ways to understand hardship, new rituals to hold on to, new words to describe hope. And in a land where warbands still wander and chieftains still argue over hillsides, hope becomes a quiet but necessary tool. Yet power continues to shift. Some leaders grow bold, imagining themselves capable of unifying more than just a valley. Others cling to their territories like a shield, wary of outsiders and foreign ideas. Between them lies a delicate balance, one that can tip with a single failed harvest, a sudden feud, or an ambitious rival whispering promises of glory. Through all of this, the landscape remains constant, mountains rising like old guardians, rivers threading through forests, fields slowly returning to life each spring. It's here, in the steady rhythm of nature, that the people find their real stability. Not in kings, not in borders, but in the familiar cycles that have sustained them long before Rome arrived and long after it vanished. And so this chapter settles in gently, a moment of transition, quiet but full of potential. A reminder that history isn't always dramatic. Sometimes it's slow, uneven, and peaceful in its own rugged way, just like the hills of Wales themselves. And now we ease into another soft chapter, where the political drama fades just a little and the human side of post-Roman Wales steps forward. Life here is shaped less by great events and more by a steady, almost meditative routine, one built from the same simple tasks repeated across countless valleys, each one carrying its own quiet story. Most families at this time live in small farmsteads tucked against hillsides, trying to coax whatever they can from the land. The day begins early. Often before the sun has even risen above the ridges, there's the sound of animals stirring, the faint clatter of wooden tools, the steady rhythm of hands working flax, grain, or wool. Nothing glamorous, nothing dramatic, just the gentle persistence that keeps a community alive year after year. Food remains basic but comforting. Barley porridges, small loaves baked on stones. A bit of cheese or salted meat if you're fortunate. And when winter rolls in, and it always does with a certain sharpness in Wales, families huddle together in thick old houses to stay warm through long, damp nights. You can imagine the soft glow of lamplight, children whispering stories, adults mending tools or clothing, everyone listening to the wind sweep across the roof. Warfare, of course, doesn't vanish entirely. It never really does. But in this stretch of time, it becomes something more restrained, more ritualistic. Rather than grand armies marching across the land, disputes are settled by smaller warbands, often more symbolic than destructive. Many conflicts end with negotiations round a fire instead. A bloodshedder practical approach in a world where every able worker is valuable and every lost. Life weakens a community. Amid all of this, the role of local leaders, small kings, chieftains, or simply respected elders grows more defined. Their power doesn't come from wealth or armies, but from trust. People rely on them to negotiate disputes, protect boundaries, and provide a sense of direction when uncertainties loom. Their homes become places of gathering. Their judgments a kind of social glue. The church, meanwhile, continues its gentle spread. You see more small monasteries offering shelter, teaching reading and writing, keeping the quads, and preserving knowledge that might have otherwise slipped away in the post-Roman dimness. These are simple wooden structures, modest in design. But inside them sits the beginnings of an intellectual revival. Monks copying manuscripts by hand, travelers stopping for food or healing, children learning prayers alongside old Celtic songs that have been sung for generations. And weaving through all of this is the landscape, the quiet brooding hills, the restless streams, the forests thick with mist. The land shapes the people as much as the people shape it. It teaches patience, endurance, humility. It reminds everyone that while kings may rise and fall, while alliances form and crumble, the mountains remain unmoved. So this chapter settles like a deep breath, slow, grounded, and full of the rhythms of ordinary life. It's a reminder that history isn't only forged in battles. Sometimes it's born in the simple act of surviving another season, another winter, another uncertain year in a land both harsh and beautiful. As we drift further into this quiet stretch of early medieval Wales, the world feels steadier, still rough round the edges, still shaped by the lingering aftershocks of Rome's departure, but beginning to find its own rhythm again. What stands out during this period is not grand spectacle, but the gradual knitting together of communities who are learning how to manage without an empire watching over their shoulders. Most people now belong to extended kin groups, large families connected through generations, each bound by shared land, shared loyalties, and shared memories. These bonds aren't just sentimental, they're practical. When danger comes, you rely on your kin. When harvests fail, you turn to them. When a conflict breaks out, whether large or small, kinship is the backbone that determines who stands with you. And in a society where written laws are still rare, it's your kin who help settle disputes, negotiate war-guild payments, and keep feuds from burning to hot. For many, work dominates life. Shepherds roam the hillsides, watching over hardy flocks that can survive the often unpredictable Welsh weather. Farmers coax wheat and barley from narrow fields cut into valley floors. Woodsmen bring back timber for homes, tools and fuel. Even the children have their tasks gathering herbs, tending small animals, carrying water. It's a world where every pair of hands has purpose. Yet despite the hard labor, this is also a deeply social age. Evenings aren't spent in silence. They're filled with storytelling. Gatherings round the hearth become moments where the past comes alive, tales of ancestors, of forgotten heroes, of spirits and omens, of lost lands and legendary kings. These stories do more than entertain. They carry values, warn against arrogance, celebrate courage, and remind listeners of the fragile balance between the earthly and the mystical that so many believe governed their world. Religion continues to weave its influence, growing not through force but through small, steady acts. A monk might teach a family how to preserve food more safely. A wandering cleric might help heal a sick child. A tiny chapel might provide a place where people can gather during storms or after tragedies. Bit by bit, the old Celtic traditions blend with Christian ideas, creating a spiritual landscape that's uniquely Welsh, practical, mystical, and deeply tied to nature. Meanwhile, local rulers begin tightening their control, not through outright domination, but through deals, marriages, and clever diplomacy. They host feasts, reward loyalty, settle grievances, and maintain networks of obligation that stretch across hills and valleys. Their halls become places where visitors from distant corners share news rumors of Irish raiders, whispers of Saxon movements, updates from struggling kingdoms across the sea. But perhaps the strongest force shaping Wales in this era is simply the land itself. Travel is slow, roads are more like winding paths, valleys isolate communities, and mountain ridges act as borders more effective than any wall. This creates a patchwork of identities: local, proud, distinct. One valley might speak with a slightly different accent, follow slightly different traditions, or owe loyalty to a different chieftain, even if separated from their neighbors by only a few miles. And yet, despite these differences, there's a shared resilience among the people, a shared understanding that survival depends not on conquering the land, but on respecting it. That storms will come, crops will fail, and enemies will approach, but if the community stands firm, if kinship holds, if stories and traditions continue to be passed down, then Wales will endure, just as it always has. As the early medieval Welsh world continues to take shape, another current begins flowing quietly beneath the surface, a gradual tightening of regional identities. Communities that once thought of themselves simply as members of a kin group or residents of a valley begin to see themselves as part of something slightly larger, slightly more ambitious. These are the beginnings of what will eventually crystallize into the small kingdoms of Wales. Each region is guided by its own ruler, though king is often a generous term. Many hold authority over only a few strongholds and scattered farms, their power depending as much on charisma and alliances as on force. Still, they represent a growing desire for stability, someone to organize defenses when raiders appear, someone to settle disputes between rival families, someone to negotiate with neighboring territories when tensions simmer. Life under these rulers is rarely lavish. Their halls are sturdy but simple, built for function rather than display. Inside, warriors gather round the fire, sharpening blades, sharing gossip, or dozing after long patrols. Servants move quietly between benches, carrying bowls of broth or ale. It's a modest atmosphere, but an essential one. This hall is where news arrives, where judgments are made, and where strategies for survival are hammered out. The landscape plays an enormous role in all of this. Wales remains rugged, its valleys isolated, its coastline vulnerable. It's not an easy place to govern, but it's also not easy for outsiders to conquer. Raiders from island land occasionally, testing local defenses. Saxon forces to the east push ever closer, expanding, probing, looking for weaknesses. Rumors drift in from the north of shifting alliances among the Brittonic peoples. All of this encourages Welsh rulers to think carefully about unity, how much they can cooperate without compromising their independence. In quieter moments, though, life moves with a gentler rhythm. Shepherds still guide their flocks through high pastures. Families gather to thresh grain or grind meal. Herders drive cattle between seasonal grazing grounds, forming temporary camps that echo with laughter, arguments, and the crackle of cooking fires. These journeys create a kind of mobile community. One tied deeply to the land and its shifting seasons. Religious life keeps expanding as well. Monasteries grow from small, humble huts into more organized settlements. Their influence spreads gently, not only through prayer but through literacy, hospitality, and practical aid. A monastery might help rebuild a damaged byre, provide shelter to travelers, or teach the basics of reading to a local chief's children. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, these centers become stabilizing forces in the region, places of learning, diplomacy, and refuge. But the most defining characteristic of the time remains its uncertainty. No one knows which power will rise or fall next. No one knows whether the Saxons will keep pushing west, or whether the Welsh kingdoms will strengthen enough to resist them. Rumors carry weight. News of a rival alliance, a failed harvest, a sudden raid can travel quickly, shaping decisions made in faraway hills. Yet amid this uncertainty, resilience continues to thrive. People adapt, relying on old traditions while cautiously embracing new ones. They repair what is broken. They preserve what works. They forge what must be forged anew. As we move deeper into this unfolding landscape, the balance of power in early medieval Wales continues to shift like mist over the mountains. Rival rulers test each other constantly, sometimes through open skirmish, sometimes through subtler maneuvers such as marriages, hostage exchanges, or whispered agreements made during feasting nights. These rulers know that survival depends not only on strength, but on being able to read the intentions behind a neighbor's smile. In many territories, the warband remains the beating heart of local authority. These warriors are not professional soldiers in any modern sense. They're farmers, herders, hunters, craftsmen. But when called, they become a shield wall, a raiding party, or a defensive line along a ridge. Their loyalty is often tied to the man who leads them rather than the place they live. A chieftain who rewards bravery with cattle, land, or a seat near the fire earns a fierce following. One who fails in generosity or protection quickly finds himself abandoned. Daily life for these warriors is far from glamorous. Training might involve hours of drilling with spears or practicing with shields until arms ache. Patrols take them across wind-lashed ridges and shadowed woodlands, watching for Irish ships or Saxon scouts. Nights are spent in smoky halls where the flicker of the hearth makes bronze fittings gleam, and the sound of lyre music mixes with the low murmur of tired voices. Outside the warrior world, Welsh communities continue their slow evolution. Families build with what the land provides: timber from the forests, stone from the hillsides, turf slice from the earth. Homes cluster in small, tight-knit settlements where generations live close together. The older members of a family rarely retire. Their wisdom guides decisions about planting, herding, and diplomacy. Meanwhile, children grow up learning tasks essential to survival: tending animals, repairing tools, hauling water, and reading the moods of the weather. The natural environment remains both a challenge and a blessing. Spring storms can sweep away fragile bridges or flood pastureland. Summers bring long days of labor, gathering hay and securing stores for the colder months. Autumn offers small festivals marking the end of the harvest, and winter, harsh and unforgiving, tests every family's ability to endure. In those months, a good fire and a well-stocked storeroom mean comfort. Without them, survival becomes uncertain. Throughout these rhythms, religion continues weaving itself more tightly into Welsh life. Local holy men and monastic leaders serve as advisors and mediators, offering spiritual authority intertwined with everyday practicality. Their influence stretches across valleys, connecting distant kin groups and creating an emerging cultural web that links isolated communities into something resembling a shared identity. These monasteries also serve as keepers of memory. They record genealogies, heroic tales, and the deeds of kings. They preserve stories older than Rome itself, legends of ancient warriors, magical landscapes, and forgotten gods. In doing so, they shape a uniquely Welsh sense of the past, one infused with both myth and history. But while culture deepens, the external pressures intensify. The Saxons continue their expansion eastward, establishing fortified settlements and new political centres. Their ambition is unmistakable even if Wales's mountains slow them. They never truly stop pushing. Welsh leaders watch these developments closely, debating whether to unite more fully or maintain the independence of their small realms. For now, unity remains elusive. The land is too rugged, loyalties too local, rivalries too persistent. But the idea of Wales something larger than a single valley or a single dynasty is beginning to flicker in the collective imagination. Not yet a nation, but no longer a loose scatter of tribes. The transformation is slow, uneven, and sometimes fragile, but it is undeniably underway. Across the ridges and river valleys, the struggle for control enters another long, grinding phase. No single ruler can dominate the whole of Wales, but each ambitious leader attempts to carve out a legacy, sometimes through battle, sometimes through lineage. Alliances rise and fall with startling speed, a marriage agreement today may turn into a blood feud within a generation. In this landscape, nothing is guaranteed except change. Weather, too, plays an invisible role in shaping daily survival and political maneuvers. A season of poor harvest sends communities scrambling, forcing rulers to divert resources from warfare to feeding their people. In such years, even the most hardened warriors may find their duties shifting from border defense to escorting supply caravans or protecting livestock herds from desperate raiders. Hunger creates a more dangerous enemy than any neighboring kingdom. Meanwhile, cultural life continues to grow richer and more distinct in great timber halls. Poets earn honored places beside warriors. Their task is to immortalize leaders in verse praising courage, generosity, and victory. A ruler who lacks the approval of poets risks fading from memory, for in this world, the spoken word is the closest thing to historical record. These poets do not merely entertain. They shape reputations that can influence alliances and morale. Craftsmen, too, leave their marks on the age. Metalworkers fashion intricate brooches, spearheads, and horse trappings that reveal surprising levels of skill. Their creations show a blend of native Celtic motifs and new influences carried by traders. Traveling through distant lands, carved stones rise along pots and near churchyards silent. Markers of faith, lineage, or victory. Each carving hints at a society that values artistry as deeply as warfare. The church continues expanding its presence. Small monastic settlements grow into centers of learning and diplomacy. Their leaders write letters to far-off Christian communities, strengthening spiritual ties and exchanging news about the political shifts happening across Britain. These monks sometimes serve as negotiators during local disputes, their neutrality helping to prevent conflicts from spiraling into destructive feuds. Yet Welsh rulers remain cautious of both Saxons and ambitious Britons beyond their borders. Diplomatic missions cross mountains and estuaries, carrying offers of mutual defense or trade. Not all are accepted. Suspicion remains a powerful force. But even cautious conversations hint at a growing awareness that survival may require cooperation, the idea of unity still distant. Still fragile echoes once again. As we move through this era, one pattern becomes clear. Welsh identity is being forged not by triumphs alone, but by endurance. It is shaped in the quiet resilience of farmers repairing storm-damaged walls, in the persistence of poets preserving memory, in the determination of families who refuse to abandon their rocky homelands no matter how many times borders shift round them. Simultaneously, external threats grow sharper, Saxon settlement lines thicken, their kings consolidate power, standardizing laws, minting coins, and constructing fortified berths. These developments signal long-term intent. They are not temporary neighbors, they are rising. Rivals with ambitions stretching across countless valleys and plains. Welsh leaders recognize the danger even if they cannot yet fully counter it. Still, conflict does not dominate every waking moment. There are weddings, feasts, harvest gatherings, religious festivals, and quiet winter evenings when families cluster round hearth fires, sharing stories about the old Celtic heroes or Roman roads that still mark the landscape. In these moments, the past feels very close, a whispered reminder that Wales has survived invasions and upheavals before. As the generations turn, the political landscape continues to reshape itself with each rising and falling leader in the western lands. Hilltop strongholds gain new fortifications, wooden palisades repaired, ditches deepened, and lookout posts expanded. These fortified sites serve not only as defensive positions but as symbols of legitimacy. A ruler who controls a commanding height commands respect, and every chieftain knows it. Trade routes, once sporadic and local, expand further across the mountains. Caravans carry salt, hides, woven cloth, and finely crafted metal goods between scattered settlements. Traders bring stories of distant lands, rumors of powerful Anglo-Saxon kings, tales of Irish warriors crossing the sea, and whispered accounts of once Roman towns now struggling under new rulers. These exchanges remind everyone that Wales does not exist in isolation. It is part of a web of shifting powers in quieter corners. Agricultural innovations take slow but meaningful shape. Communities experiment with new field layouts, crop rotations, and livestock breeding. Small improvements: hardier sheep, stronger plough oxen. Better drainage help villages survive harsh winters and unpredictable weather. A good harvest can buy peace for a season, while a failed one can ignite violence as communities compete for dwindling resources. More than once, these pressures push border territories into sudden raids or skirmishes. Meanwhile, religious life becomes even more influential. Monasteries accumulate knowledge and wealth, storing manuscripts, managing estates, and offering sanctuary. Their influence extends into politics. A blessing from a respected abbot can legitimize a young ruler's claim, while a stern letter from a monastic council can bring a reckless lord back in line. These religious centers preserve fragments of older traditions, Latin learning, trace memories of Roman administration, and weave them into emerging Welsh identity. Yet tension persists. In the east, Saxon expansion continues steadily, sometimes advancing with military campaigns, and other times simply by settling new farmland. Every new Saxon village established along the border feels like a warning. Welsh scouts patrol these regions constantly, watching for signs of larger movements. When they discover new earthworks or fresh palisades, messages fly from valley to valley calling local rulers to council. Inside Wales, the constant balancing act between ambition and survival becomes more delicate. Rival families maneuver for influence. A dispute over grazing rights might escalate into a blood feud. A contested inheritance might unravel years of hard-won alliances. Even small conflicts risk creating weaknesses that neighboring powers could exploit. Wise rulers rely on diplomacy as much as force, understanding that unity, however fragile, offers the best chance of resisting outside threats. Despite this, moments of cultural flourishing shine brightly. Poets refine their craft, turning local victories into resonant legends. Skilled bards travel between courts, carrying news, satire, praise, and warnings in equal measure. Their verses become the heartbeat of aristocratic life, reminding listeners of their heritage and their duty. in a world with few written chronicles. These poets become the guardians of memory. The landscape itself also shapes the rhythm of life. Dense forests shelter communities, rugged coastlines support fishing villages, and high pastures feed herds through the summer months. Seasonal migrations moving livestock uphill in warm weather and back to valleys in winter warmer. Steady pattern that outlasts wars and political struggles. The land demands respect and cooperation. No ruler can afford to ignore its cycles as external pressures redouble. Small sparks of unity begin appearing in unexpected places. A shared enemy brings local lords together. A successful defense of a border region becomes a rallying story celebrated in halls across Wales. These moments may be brief, but they plant seeds of a broader identity, something deeper than local allegiance, something more enduring than temporary alliances. Across the hillforts and river valleys, a subtle but unmistakable shift begins to take hold. The Welsh kingdoms, still fractured, still fiercely independent, start to recognize the value of coordinated strength, not formal unity. Not yet, but something more practical. Shared defense, shared warning systems. Shared expectations that when danger looms, neighbors must stand together or fall separately. Border watchtowers become more organized. Wooden beacons are repaired so they can be lit quickly at the first sight of invading forces. Riders are stationed at key passes, trained to carry messages from one valley to the next with remarkable speed. What once took days to relay now travels in hours. This network doesn't eliminate danger, but it changes the tempo of crisis. Communities can prepare, gather livestock, hide valuables, and summon reinforcements before the enemy arrives. Meanwhile, migration patterns along the eastern frontier continue to transform village life. Families, displaced by advancing Saxon settlements, move deeper into Welsh territories, bringing with them skills, stories, and hardened resolve. They become living reminders of what has been lost and of what must be protected. Their presence fuels a rising determination among younger warriors, who grow up hearing first-hand accounts of villages burned, wells seized, and farmlands swallowed by foreign expansion at the same time. Aristocratic households navigate a delicate dance of politics and prestige. Marriages become strategic tools, binding rival families together or securing peace between tense territories. Every wedding feast feels like a political summit. Every exchange of gifts carries hidden meaning. The finely worked brooch might signify alliance, while a poorly chosen token might spark suspicion. These rituals matter because honor and perception shape ruler as influence just as much as military strength. Within monastic communities, intellectual life continues to deepen. Scholars debate theology, study Latin texts, copy crumbling manuscripts, and quietly preserve fragments of Roman knowledge that much of Britain has already lost. A handful of monasteries begin keeping more detailed annals, noting omens, battles, famines, and unusual events. These records will someday become invaluable glimpses into an age where oral tradition dominates. But for now, they are simple, fragile attempts to make sense of a turbulent world. The coastline, often overshadowed by land conflicts, becomes increasingly important. Fishermen refine their craft, building sturdier boats capable of longer voyages. Coastal traders bring goods from Ireland and the far western Isles, bronze ornaments, dyed wool, carved horn, and sometimes even exotic trinkets that have passed through many hands. These maritime connections strengthen cultural ties across the Irish Sea, adding layers of shared influence that enrich Welsh identity. Yet danger is never far. Raiding bands slip through forest pots, testing defenses. A sudden disappearance of livestock might signal nothing more than criminals, or it might indicate scouts probing for weaknesses. Welsh leaders remain constantly vigilant, knowing that one careless season can lead to disaster. A single lost fortress on the eastern frontier could open an entire region to invasion. Each chieftain feels the weight of responsibility, knowing his decisions ripple far beyond his own lands. But for all the threats, a quiet pride grows in the hearts of the people. Their songs and stories carry an unmistakable message. Resilience is strength. The bards celebrate small victories, defending a mountain pass, rescuing captured farmers, outmaneuvering a larger enemy force. These tales spread from hearth to hearth, becoming the shared memory of a society learning to define itself through endurance. As the generations shift yet again, the distinctive rhythms of Welsh life become more firmly established. Farming cycles, seasonal migrations, local councils, monastic rituals, and military duties weave together into a pattern that feels simultaneously ancient and newly forged. Change remains constant, but so does the community's ability to adapt. By now, the pattern of Welsh resilience begins to solidify into something more recognizable, a network of fortified settlements, shared customs, and a persistent sense of identity. Life in the valleys and along the coasts is still harsh. Winters bite, rivers flood, and raids remain a constant threat, but communities begin to understand the value of collective effort. One fortified hilltop may seem isolated, but its watchtower beams now link to dozens of others, signaling danger in a language older than writing itself. Trade routes expand as well, even as Saxon and Irish influence presses on the borders. Coastal communities establish regular exchanges. Salt, wool, iron, and crafted goods move up and down the western seaboard, connecting the remotest villages to the centers of early medieval culture. These connections aren't just economic, they carry ideas, beliefs, and technological knowledge. A new method of boat building in one harbor can soon be seen hundreds of miles away. A skilled weaver-esque dyeing technique spreads along the coast as quickly as a story told by a traveling bard. It's a time of experimentation and adaptation. Leaders test the limits of alliances, sometimes forming temporary pacts that dissolve just as quickly when opportunity or mistrust arises. Each generation learns from the mistakes of the previous, storing wisdom in the form of oral histories and sacred sites. Monks continue to record events, though sparsely. Their annals are often interwoven with legend, making it difficult for modern eyes to distinguish history from imagination. But in these texts lies the lifeblood of memory, a continuity that survives even when kingdoms rise and fall. The spiritual landscape also begins to evolve. Pagan customs linger alongside the newly adopted Christian practices. Sacred groves, standing stones, and ancestral burial mounds remain powerful symbols, while churches and chapels spread slowly through the countryside. Rituals and celebrations blend the old and new, creating a culture that feels cohesive even amid diversity. Festivals mark the changing seasons, harvests, and religious holidays, all celebrated with music, dance, and storytelling that keeps the past alive. Warfare, too, is no longer purely survival. Tactics evolve as local leaders understand that brute force alone cannot hold territory. Fortifications are reinforced, scouting becomes systematic, and alliances are leveraged with precision. Battles may still be chaotic, but the thinking behind them grows more sophisticated. Generals and chieftains learn to use terrain to their advantage, to anticipate enemy movements, and to coordinate with neighboring leaders in ways that previous generations could scarcely imagine. Meanwhile, family and clan structures underpin every aspect of life. Land inheritance, marriage alliances, and even religious observances are tied to lineage. Stories of heroic ancestors are told with pride, instilling a sense of belonging and responsibility. Every young warrior grows up with tales of past triumphs and defeats, internalizing lessons about courage, loyalty, and the consequences of failure. Memory itself becomes a weapon and invisible framework that shapes decisions both small and monumental by the mid-7th century. Wales is a patchwork of small yet remarkably resilient societies. The memory of Roman rule still lingers in roads, forts, and a few remaining administrative structures, but the new order is distinctly Welsh. Villages and towns exist not merely to survive, but to endure and to transmit their culture across generations. Even as external threats persist, the people begin to see themselves not as fragmented communities, but as inheritors of a shared land, a shared story, and a shared destiny. And yet, for all this growth and adaptation, uncertainty remains. The eastern border still trembles under pressure from the Saxons. Maritime readers from the Irish Sea are unpredictable and ruthless. Harsh winters and failed crops threaten survival. Life is never secure, never static, but in the face of constant challenge. A quiet determination takes root, and a collective identity begins to crystallize. It is in these decades, against this backdrop of danger and opportunity, that the foundations of medieval Welsh society are truly set. The story of survival, adaptation, and cultural preservation will echo forward, shaping the legends, myths, and historical memory that centuries later will define what it means to be Welsh. The landscape, both human and natural, becomes inseparable from the stories told about it. Every hill, river, and bay carries echoes of ancestors, heroes, saints, and kings. Every settlement, however small, plays a role in an enduring narrative that will continue to unfold in the centuries to come. As the 8th century dawns, these Welsh communities face a changing world. The Saxons to the east are no longer merely neighbors, they are expanding, consolidating power, and establishing kingdoms that will influence the balance of Britain for generations. Border skirmishes become more frequent, and raiding parties test both coastal and inland defenses. Yet despite the pressure, Welsh society remains remarkably adaptive. Defensive strategies, long used in isolated valleys, are refined into more sophisticated systems of fortifications, watchtowers, and early warning networks. Geography itself becomes a weapon. Steep hills, rivers, and forests are used to delay and frustrate invaders, turning the landscape into a living ally. Trade continues to flow, but it now carries both opportunity and risk. Irish merchants bring exotic goods, from dyed textiles to rare metals, while the Anglo-Saxons provide tools, weapons, and livestock. Maritime routes across the Irish Sea act as conduits for not just goods but ideas. Artisans adapt techniques from distant regions, creating a unique Welsh material culture. Even ordinary items, pottery, jewelry, and household objects bear the imprint of cross-cultural contact, reflecting a society that is both insular and outward-looking. Religion continues to shape daily life. Christian practice has now become firmly established, yet pagan traditions remain woven into the fabric of belief. Holy wells, sacred stones, and ancient burial mounds coexist alongside chapels, monasteries, and early parish churches. Monks diligently copy manuscripts, preserving both classical knowledge and local lore. This blending of the sacred and the ancestral strengthens a sense of continuity. The present is inseparable from the past, and every ritual, every festival, carries echoes of long-forgotten ancestors. Family and kinship remain central. Extended families, organized landholding, marriages, and alliances. Tales of heroic ancestors are passed down through generations, shaping young men and women as both warriors and caretakers of tradition. Oral storytelling reaches its zenith in these centuries. Bards and poets travel between courts, villages, and monastic centers, narrating epic tales of giants, heroes, and saints. Their performances are more than entertainment. They are instruction, diplomacy, and a way of preserving collective memory in this period. The seeds of Welsh legal and social structures begin to appear, early codifications, blending custom and ecclesiastical influence, lay the foundation for a society governed by communal norms and a sense of justice rooted in both tradition and faith. Chiefs, lords, and early kings exercise authority, but their power is tempered by obligations to kin, community, and the church. Leadership is as much about wisdom and negotiation as it is about martial prowess. By the mid-8th century, the coastal communities have become adept at maritime defense. Longships patrol the waters, and watchtowers signal approaching danger with fire and smoke. Raiders are repelled, trade is protected, and cultural exchange continues to thrive despite external threats inland. Fortified settlements preserve food stores, weapons, and knowledge, allowing communities to survive periods of famine or isolation. This era, though fraught with danger, is also a time of consolidation and refinement, a crucible in which the enduring characteristics of medieval Welsh society are forged. Amid these developments, the stories and myths continue to evolve. The Mabinogion, though not yet collected in written form, circulates widely in oral versions, preserving both historical memory and fantastical imagination. Tales of heroes, saints, and magical beings reflect the challenges of the time, offering guidance, inspiration, and a sense of identity. Giants, warriors, and cunning kings populate the narrative landscape, embodying both the fears and aspiration of the communities that tell their stories. Even as kingdoms rise and fall, the Welsh people maintain a remarkable sense of cohesion. Borders shift, alliances form and dissolve, yet a shared language, customs, and belief system provide continuity. This growing sense of identity, rooted in history, myth, and geography, will become the backbone of Welsh cultural resilience in the centuries to come. By the late 8th century, Wales is a patchwork of small, interconnected polities. Each maintains its own traditions, yet all share an underlying cultural and spiritual cohesion. It is a society capable of adaptation, survival, and creation, where every story, every artifact, and every stone contributes to the narrative of a people determined to endure. These decades, often overlooked in broader histories of Britain, are in fact foundational, the quiet, steady shaping of what will become the heart of medieval Wales. It is here, in these turbulent yet formative years, that the legacy of Roman infrastructure, Celtic mythology, and Christian influence converge, setting the stage for the coming era of kings, saints, and epic tales that will define the medieval Welsh imagination for generations. As the 9th century unfolds, Wales faces a period of heightened instability and transformation. External pressures intensify as Viking raiders begin to appear on the coasts, testing the resilience of coastal communities and trade networks. These Norsemen are not merely invaders, they are also traders, settlers, and sources of new ideas. Longships glide silently along rivers and estuaries, and sudden raids strike both monasteries and towns alike. Yet, the Welsh are far from passive. Communities adapt quickly, building fortified enclosures, watch posts, and hidden harbors to protect both people and goods. Coastal defense becomes a sophisticated affair, combining geography, manpower, and cunning strategy. Inland, the society continues to develop its legal and social structures. Early Welsh law, codified in fragments, begins to formalize rules around property, inheritance, and dispute resolution. Kinship networks remain essential, but councils of elders and early kings start to wield authority that transcends the immediate family. Disputes over land or leadership are mediated through a mixture of ritual, custom, and force. Religious authority intersects with these social structures, monks, abbots, and bishops often serve as both moral arbiters and chroniclers of history, their writings preserving a record of events, agreements, and sacred observances. Trade, though intermittently disrupted by Viking raids, continues to flourish. Irish connections remain strong, while new maritime routes expand to the Scandinavian world. Amber, fine textiles, and metalwork flow into Welsh settlements, while local resources salt, timber, and minerals travel outward. The economy is small-scale but highly interconnected, reliant on both communal labor and individual enterprise. Towns near rivers or harbors develop as hubs of activity, their growth fostering a modest but vibrant urban culture. Culture itself reaches new heights. Oral tradition dominates, yet there is an increasing effort to preserve it in writing. Bards continue to travel from court to court, weaving tales of legendary heroes, saints, and the deeds of kings. The stories of Bran the Blessed, Crenius, and Brutus are retold, adapted, and reshaped to fit the contemporary concerns of audiences. These tales serve multiple purposes. They entertain, reinforce social norms, and assert claims of legitimacy, ancestry, and divine favor. The interplay between oral and written tradition becomes a key factor in how history and mythology are transmitted. Christianity deepens its roots, merging with older beliefs in ways that are subtle yet profound. Sacred sites from the pagan past remain in use, often recontextualized within Christian frameworks. Pilgrimages to holy wells, chapels, and monastic centers strengthen community cohesion and provide spiritual guidance. Monastic scribes meticulously copy manuscripts, preserving texts from both classical and local traditions. Knowledge of medicine, law, and history circulates through these religious networks, and monks act as both teachers and advisors, bridging the past with the present. Political structures grow more complex. Small kingdoms coalesce into larger territories, ruled by dynasties whose legitimacy often rests on claims of descent from heroic or divine ancestors. Alliances through marriage, diplomacy, and warfare shape the map of Wales, creating a fluid but recognizable political landscape. These dynamics lay the groundwork for later consolidation under powerful rulers who will define the medieval period. Amidst this political and social flux, the natural world retains its central role. Rivers, mountains, and forests are more than mere geography. They are active participants in the lives and stories of the people. Sacred groves, petrified forests, and coastal cliffs hold both practical and symbolic significance. They are sources of resources, sites of ritual, and backdrops for legend. The environment shapes culture, just as culture interprets the environment, creating a continuous dialogue between people and place. By the late 9th century, Wales is a land of paradoxes, threatened by external forces yet resilient, fragmented politically but unified culturally, deeply spiritual yet pragmatic in governance. These centuries, though often overshadowed by the grand narratives of England or the continent, are vital. They are the crucible in which medieval Welsh identity is forged, a fusion of Roman legacy, Celtic myth, Christian influence, and lived experience. It is in this context that the foundations of later legendary cycles, including the full compilation of the Mabinogion, begin to take shape. The stories circulating in these communities are not mere entertainment. They are repositories of history, memory, and cultural self-definition. Heroes, giants, and saints are more than characters. They are symbols of survival, resilience, and aspiration. By weaving together myth and reality, the people of Wales construct a sense of themselves that will endure for centuries. This is the Wales of the 9th century, a land of vigilance, adaptability, and creativity, a society navigating the turbulent waters of Viking threats, internal rivalries, and evolving cultural frameworks. And through it all, the stories, laws, and sacred traditions continue to guide, inspire, and define a people determined to endure, shaping the identity that will carry them into the high medieval era. As we move into the 10th century, the landscape of Wales begins to solidify in ways both subtle and profound. The Viking threat persists, though it gradually shifts from overwhelming raids to more selective settlements. Norse influence can be seen not just in coastal fortifications, but in trade goods, shipbuilding techniques, and even in local lore. Artifacts from Scandinavia appear in Welsh settlements, combs, brooches, and weaponry, mingling with local styles to create hybrid cultural forms. The seaways remain lifelines, linking Wales to Ireland, the Hebrides, and beyond, keeping ideas, people, and commerce flowing despite the ever-present dangers of piracy. Politically, consolidation continues. By this century, smaller kingdoms begin to recognize the strategic advantage of alliances, often formalized through intermarriage among ruling families. Dynasties like Gwynedd, Powys, and Dyf gain prominence, establishing systems of succession and law that will persist for generations. Power is rarely absolute. However, local lords, chieftains, and religious figures all wield significant influence. The role of a king is as much about negotiation, alliance, and reputation as it is about force. These leaders are keenly aware that the loyalty of their subjects depends on fairness, protection, and the visible upholding of sacred and legal obligations. Religion increasingly permeates daily life. Christianity, though centuries old in Wales, now intertwines fully with governance and society. Monastic centres flourish, acting not only as places of worship, but also as schools, libraries, and hubs of administration. Monks and nuns meticulously copy texts, translating Latin works into Welsh and recording local traditions alongside the broader Christian narrative. Pilgrimage routes, like those to St. David's, draw travelers from across the Celtic world, reinforcing both spiritual devotion and cultural cohesion. Sacred sites, often layered atop older pagan ones, create continuity with the past while adapting it to the new Christian worldview. Economic life stabilizes as well. Agricultural practices evolve to maximize the fertile valleys, while uplands are managed for grazing and resource extraction. Trade routes expand inland from the coast, linking market towns with rural hinterlands. Precious metals, textiles, and livestock move along these networks, and coinage, though limited, provides a tangible measure of exchange. Local craftsmen thrive, producing jewelry, pottery, and tools that reflect both regional styles and foreign influences. Commerce and craftsmanship support not only survival but a growing sense of wealth, status, and cultural sophistication. Cultural life, meanwhile, continues to flourish. Bards, storytellers, and poets maintain their central role in society, narrating histories, genealogies, and myths that blend fact and imagination. Oral tradition remains vibrant, even as manuscripts begin to preserve these tales in written form. The Mabinogion, though centuries from its final compilation, is gradually shaped through these stories, containing kernels of ancient myth, heroic adventure, and local history. Through these narratives, communities reinforce identity, morality, and social cohesion, ensuring that even in turbulent times, cultural memory endures. This period also witnesses remarkable developments in law and governance. The laws codified under earlier kings are refined and expanded, addressing inheritance, crime, and property disputes with increasing sophistication. Justice is both local and royal. Disputes are resolved in village courts, but more significant matters can reach the attention of kings or their representatives. These legal frameworks reflect both inherited Roman practices and indigenous Celtic traditions, creating a hybrid system uniquely suited to the landscape and society of Wales. Amidst all of this, Wales is far from isolated. Connections to Ireland remain strong, while contacts with England, Brittany, and even the continent shape politics and culture. These networks facilitate the exchange of goods, ideas, and people, creating a cosmopolitanism that belies the rural and rugged character of much of the land. Even myths and legends travel along these routes, adapting and evolving as they go, weaving a rich tapestry of shared Celtic culture across the British Isles. By the end of the 10th century, Wales has become a land of resilience and ingenuity. Communities are fortified, governance is increasingly organized, and culture thrives in both oral and written forms. It is a society that balances continuity with adaptation, maintaining its Celtic identity while absorbing influences from Norse, Irish, and continental sources. The foundations laid during this century will allow Wales to navigate the coming centuries of political upheaval, Norman incursion, and internal rivalry, all while preserving the stories, laws, and traditions that define its unique character. This is a Wales at the crossroads, ancient and modern, mythic and practical, a place where the memory of giants, heroes, and saints continues to guide the living, shaping a society that is both deeply rooted and dynamically evolving. The threads of history, legend, and culture intertwine to create a resilient and enduring identity, one that will echo through the ages and into the medieval period that lies ahead. As we move into the early 11th century, Wales faces new pressures, both from within and beyond its borders. The Viking presence, while no longer as overwhelming as in the previous centuries, still casts a long shadow. Raids continue along the coasts, particularly in Gwynedd and Dyfed, though many Norsemen have settled and intermarried with local communities, creating hybrid settlements that blend Welsh and Scandinavian customs. Towns along the coast grow in strategic importance, acting as both defensive points and hubs of trade. Harbors, once simple fishing inlets, are fortified, and the construction of wooden and stone defenses becomes common. This period also sees the rise of opportunistic maritime lords who wield power through control of these seaways, essentially becoming naval barons long before the term existed. Politically, the landscape is fragmented but dynamic. Smaller kingdoms and lordships are frequently in competition, yet alliances, marriages, and treaties allow for periods of relative stability. Kings of Gwynedd, Powys, Deheubarth, and Dyfed negotiate with one another carefully, balancing ambition with the practical need to resist external threats. Dynastic disputes remain frequent, yet these conflicts often produce capable leaders who understand both diplomacy and warfare. By the 11th century, a sense of Welsh identity, rooted in shared language, law, and culture, is beginning to solidify. Religion maintains a central role in society, and the early 11th century sees the continued growth of monasteries, churches, and pilgrimage routes. Monastic centers not only provide spiritual guidance, but also function as hubs of literacy and learning. Scribes diligently copy and preserve manuscripts, including legal texts, genealogies, and the early versions of the tales that will later form the Mabinogion. Christianization is nearly complete, though many pagan traditions linger, subtly integrated into festivals, rituals, and folklore. Sacred landscapes, mountains, rivers, and ancient standing stones retain an aura of mystery, blending Christian and pre-Christian significance in ways that reinforce local identity. Economically, Wales benefits from increasing stability. Agriculture becomes more systematic, with arable farming concentrated in fertile valleys and livestock grazing across upland pastures. Trade grows, linking coastal towns with Ireland, the Hebrides, and even mainland Europe. Markets flourish, and craftspeople develop sophisticated skills in metalwork, pottery, and textiles. Imported goods, including silver, coins and luxury items from the continent circulate among the elite, while ordinary communities benefit from the steady flow of essential commodities. This combination of subsistence and commerce helps sustain both rural and urban populations. Culturally, storytelling remains the lifeblood of Welsh society. Bards and Philid preserve history, genealogy, and legend, transmitting knowledge across generations. These storytellers are not mere entertainers, they are the memory keepers of their people, maintaining continuity and reinforcing social norms through their narratives. The oral tradition ensures that the deeds of heroes, the wisdom of ancestors, and the sacred myths of the land remain alive. Even as written texts slowly begin to capture these tales, stories of giants, saints, and warriors continue to be recited in great halls, inspiring communities and preserving a sense of identity that is both local and pan-Celtic. By the early 11th century, Wales is navigating the delicate balance between continuity and change. It is a land where Norse, Irish, and native Welsh influences coexist, shaping art, language, and law. Sacred and secular authorities work in tandem to maintain social cohesion, while trade and communication link distant settlements into broader networks. Communities are increasingly aware of their shared heritage, yet the pressures of external threat, internal competition, and evolving political structures ensure that adaptation remains a necessity. Amid these dynamics, the foundations for medieval Wales are firmly established. The legal systems codified in previous centuries are refined, ensuring fairness and continuity. The oral and literary traditions that will define Welsh identity are actively maintained, preserving myth, history, and morality in an evolving cultural tapestry. Meanwhile, the memory of ancient events, from the Trojan-derived tales of Brutus to the exploits of early kings and saints, continues to inform the worldview of both elites and common folk. By the mid-11th century, Wales has become a society that is resilient, adaptable, and culturally rich. The kingdom's people are aware of the legacies of the past, from Roman Britain to Viking raids, and they leverage that history to navigate the challenges of their own time. This period sets the stage for the profound transformations that will come with the Norman incursions and the centralization of power in the later Middle Ages. Yet it is also a moment in which the unique identity of Wales, its language, laws, and cultural traditions remains vibrant and enduring, capable of surviving both internal and external upheaval. As the 11th century progresses, the looming shadow of the Normans begins to make itself felt across the British Isles, while England faces the brunt of this transformative wave. Wales is not untouched. The first hints of Norman interest in Welsh territories manifest through skirmishes along the borderlands and a series of small-scale raids targeting vulnerable settlements. The Marcher Lords, Norman nobles, granted semi-independent authority along the borders of England and Wales, establish a foothold, bringing with them new forms of fortification, administration, and military organization. Castles constructed of timber and later stone begin to appear along strategic points, reshaping the landscape and the political calculus of the region. The Welsh kingdoms respond in varied ways. In some cases, local rulers attempt diplomacy, negotiating tribute or mutual defense agreements. In others, particularly in northern and western regions, resistance is the chosen path. Battles are fought over control of river valleys, passes, and coastal points, as the Welsh kings and chieftains leverage their knowledge of the terrain to offset the technological and logistical advent. Ages of the Normans, guerrilla-style raids, ambushes, and fortified hilltop defenses become hallmarks of Welsh resistance. Strategies honed over centuries of defending against Viking incursions. Society continues to evolve under these pressures, despite the threat of foreign incursion. Trade, craftsmanship, and agriculture remain central to daily life. Markets flourish in towns like Aberystwyth, Carmarthen and Caernarfon, connecting local production to wider Atlantic and Irish Sea networks. Livestock, particularly cattle and sheep, continue to play a vital economic and symbolic role, forming the basis of wealth, status, and legal obligation. Communities remain closely tied to kinship and land, with local law rooted in the codifications of highwell dog-guiding disputes, property rights, and inheritance. Religion also maintains its profound influence. Monasteries and churches serve as centers of spiritual life, literacy, and artistic production. Manuscripts, illuminated with intricate Celtic designs, are produced with care, preserving genealogies. Legal texts and tales of legendary heroes, saints remain central to the cultural consciousness. Figures such as Saint David, Saint Dilted, and Saint Tylo serve as spiritual anchors, their lives blending legend and historical memory, reinforcing the distinct identity of Welsh Christianity while also connecting local communities to the wider Christian world. Pilgrimages, feast days, and sacred sites continue to shape the rhythms of daily life. The oral tradition, ever vital, adapts to these turbulent times. Bards and storytellers are not just entertainers, they are political actors, reinforcing loyalty, shaping memory, and codifying communal identity. The Mabinogion and other collections of tales continue to be transmitted orally, their themes adapting subtly to the realities of the Norman threat and the changing political landscape. Stories of giants, kings, heroes, and magical realms remain relevant, offering both escapism and moral guidance. These narratives serve as a cultural glue, binding communities together in a period of uncertainty. By the middle of the 11th century, the Welsh kingdoms are increasingly aware of the shifting power dynamics around them. Alliances are formed and broken with careful calculation, emphasizing both kinship and pragmatism. The pressures of defending against Norman encroachment lead to the development of military strategies, fortifications, and a keen awareness of the landscape's strategic potential. Meanwhile, social structures, legal systems, and cultural practices are reinforced, ensuring continuity even as external pressures mount. It is in this context that figures like Gruffydd ap Llywelyn rise to prominence, ruler of Gwynedd, and later recognized as King of all Wales. He demonstrates both military acumen and political insight. His campaigns to unify the Welsh kingdoms under a single authority illustrate the potential for internal cohesion, even amid ongoing external threats. Yet his reign is also a reminder of the fragility of power. Ambitious rulers face constant challenges from rivals, both within and outside their territories. The 11th century in Wales is thus a period of adaptation, resilience, and cultural vitality. While external threats loom large, the society's foundations rooted in law, tradition, and communal identity remain strong. Trade, literacy, and religion continue to flourish alongside the oral storytelling tradition. Communities are tightly knit, both socially and geographically, and the Welsh people demonstrate an enduring capacity to navigate change without losing their cultural distinctiveness. By the end of this period, Wales emerges as a land defined by its contrasts and its cohesion. Rugged mountains and fertile valleys, fortified hilltops, and thriving market towns. Deeply Christianized spiritual life intertwined with ancient traditions and a people conscious of their history, identity, and the threats that lie beyond their borders. The stage is set for the transformative events of the Norman conquest, which will further challenge, but never entirely erase, the enduring legacy of early medieval Wales. Wales in the 11th century is a society poised between past and future, holding tightly to its myths, laws, and traditions while confronting the realities of political fragmentation and foreign intervention. The resilience, creativity, and cultural richness of the people ensure that the Welsh identity remains vibrant, even as the tides of history shift around them, preparing the way for the centuries of struggle and achievement that lie ahead. The Norman incursion into Wales is not a sudden event, but a gradual pressure, one that reshapes both the political and cultural landscape. By the latter half of the 11th century, Norman influence spreads unevenly. In the borderlands, marcher lords consolidate their power, constructing stone castles to replace earlier timber fortifications. These castles are not merely defensive, they serve as administrative centers, signaling Norman authority and projecting power into previously independent territories. Lords such as William Fitosban and Roger de Montgomery established garrisons, oversee local taxation, and attempt to impose feudal structures in regions where kinship and customary law had previously reigned supreme. Welsh rulers respond with a mixture of diplomacy and resistance. Some, like Gruffydd ap Rhydderch of Caerwent, seek accommodation, offering tribute or marrying into Norman families to secure their positions. Others, particularly in the north and west, take up arms to defend their lands and communities. Mountain fortresses, hilltop settlements, and hidden valleys become centers of military activity, where Welsh warriors leverage their intimate knowledge of the terrain against technologically superior, but geographically disadvantaged invaders, ambushes along narrow passes, raids on supply lines, and rapid retreats into inaccessible uplands characterize the period's warfare. Life for ordinary Welsh people during this time is shaped by both opportunity and danger. Markets in towns such as Cardigan, Carmarthen, and Conwy continue to thrive, though trade routes may be disrupted by conflict. Fishing, farming, and herding remain essential for survival. Livestock serves as both economic and social currency, forming the basis for legal obligations and inheritance, while agricultural production ensures communities can sustain themselves even during periods of military pressure. Festivals, fairs, and local religious observances maintain continuity in everyday life, offering both respite and cohesion amid political instability. The Church maintains its central role in society, serving not just spiritual needs but also education, administration, and cultural preservation. Monks and clerics produce manuscripts that record laws, genealogies, and historical chronicles, blending Christian teachings with local tradition. Sites such as St. David's Cathedral and the monasteries at Bangor and Longcarfen remain hubs of intellectual and spiritual activity. Pilgrimages to sacred sites continue, reinforcing regional identity and connecting the Welsh faithful to wider Christendom. Saints' lives, miracle stories, and hagiographies circulate widely, merging myth with historical memory and providing moral and cultural guidance. The oral tradition remains equally vital. Bards continue to compose and recite poetry, celebrate the deeds of heroes, and narrate tales of mythic battles. Stories of giants, kings, and magical realms adapt to the shifting political realities. The Mabinogion, still largely transmitted orally, reflects the collective memory of the Welsh people, preserving themes of justice, loyalty, heroism, and supernatural intervention. These narratives reinforce social norms and serve as instruments of identity, uniting communities in a shared cultural heritage. By the early 12th century, Welsh politics are marked by both fragmentation and consolidation. Dynasties compete for dominance, forming alliances and occasionally achieving temporary unification. Kings like Gruffydd ap Cynan emerge, drawing upon Irish connections and maritime networks to strengthen their authority. Gruffydd's campaigns highlight the importance of both naval and terrestrial power, as control over coastal ports and inland routes proves crucial for asserting influence. The period is also one of cultural synthesis, interaction with Normans, Irish, and continental Europeans introduces new artistic styles, military techniques, and administrative methods. Yet these external influences are adapted to Welsh contexts, creating a unique hybrid culture. Manuscripts combine Christian iconography with Celtic motifs. Castles integrate native building traditions with Norman designs. And oral storytelling incorporates new narratives alongside ancient myth, education, and literacy. Though still limited to religious and elite circles, expand during this period. Monastic schools and cathedral centers become repositories of knowledge, preserving legal codes, genealogies, and historical chronicles. Texts such as the Brut Wytywysogin chronicle the deeds of princes and kings, providing insight into the interplay of power, culture, and community life. By the mid-12th century, Wales has established itself as a resilient society, able to withstand the pressures of foreign incursion while maintaining its own identity. Communities continue to thrive in valleys and uplands. Fortified settlements provide protection. And the cultural traditions, oral and written, sacred and secular, remain central to daily life. The society is dynamic, blending continuity with adaptation and poised to navigate the complex challenges that the later medieval period will bring. Wales, in this era, is a land of paradoxes, fiercely independent yet influenced by outsiders. Steeped in tradition yet innovative in response to new pressures. Simultaneously grounded in myth and reality, it is a society negotiating its place between the remnants of Roman order, the rise of Norman power, and the enduring legacy of Celtic culture. The stage is now set for the events that will define Welsh identity for centuries to come. As the 12th century unfolds, the struggle between native Welsh rulers and Norman lords intensifies. The Marcher lords, armed with castles, knights, and legal privileges granted directly by the English crown, press deeper into the borderlands. Their presence introduces feudal obligations that are alien to Welsh custom, creating tension not only between Welsh and Norman, but also among Welsh communities themselves. Local rulers are forced to navigate a delicate balance, resist too strongly, and risk annihilation. Submit too readily, and lose legitimacy in the eyes of their people. Gruffydd ap Cynan, King of Gwynedd, becomes a symbol of Welsh resilience during this period, born in Ireland to a Welsh father and nurtured in the Gaelic world. He returns to claim his father's throne, gathering supporters from both Wales and Ireland. His story illustrates the importance of maritime networks, as the Irish sea serves as both conduit and refuge, connecting Wales to Ireland and the wider Celtic world. Gruffydd's military campaigns rely on rapid strikes, careful alliances, and intimate knowledge of the terrain, mountain passes, river valleys, and hidden coastal inlets. Life in Welsh settlements remains tightly bound to the rhythms of land and sea. Small holdings, farmsteads, and villages are often strategically positioned near water sources, fertile soil, and defensible terrain, seasonal migrations of livestock, communal ploughing, and coordinated harvesting shape social life. Trade persists, connecting inland communities with coastal ports, which in turn link to Ireland, France, and beyond. Imported goods, pottery, metalwork, and textiles thrive in markets, mingling with local craft and agricultural production, creating a mixed economy that blends survival with prosperity. Religion continues to influence everyday life. Monastic orders such as the Cistercians and Benedictines establish abbeys, often in remote locations, emphasizing labor, self-sufficiency, and spiritual devotion. These centers become hubs of agricultural innovation, manuscript production, and artistic activity. The construction of churches and abbeys also reinforces territorial claims, projecting the authority of both secular rulers and the church into contested regions. Cultural life is dominated by the dual presence of written chronicles and oral storytelling. Bards, skilled in recitation and poetic composition, travel from court to court, ensuring the deeds of kings and heroes are remembered. Legendary tales, often blended with historical events, preserve the collective memory of communities under pressure. The Mabinogion, though not yet written down in its complete form, circulates orally, containing stories of magic, heroism, and the supernatural that resonate with both elite and popular audiences. Conflict and diplomacy are intertwined. Welsh rulers often enter temporary alliances with Norman lords, trading tribute, marriage, or military support to strengthen their positions. These agreements are fluid, shifting according to immediate needs and long-term ambitions. Even within families, succession disputes spark internal conflict, with brothers, cousins, and distant relatives vying for control. Warfare is frequent, but rarely decisive instead. It is punctuated by periods of negotiation, truces, and strategic retreat. The influence of Norman culture is visible, but not all-encompassing. Stone castles replace some wooden fortifications, and feudal law introduces new concepts of land tenure and obligation. Yet Welsh customary law Cymric law persists, governing inheritance, compensation, and community responsibilities. The coexistence of these systems produces a complex legal landscape, with disputes often settled through negotiation, arbitration, or trial by ordeal. Maritime power remains essential. Control of the Irish Sea allows rulers to summon allies, receive supplies, and escape threats. Ships, long used for trade and migration, become strategic military assets. Coastal settlements are fortified, while inland communities rely on natural barriers for defense. Raiders and privateers exploit both sea and river routes, blurring the lines between commerce and conflict. By the late 12th century, Wales has emerged as a society both resilient and adaptable. Communities are bound by kinship, law, and shared history, yet constantly responding to external pressures. Castles, churches, and fortified settlements punctuate the landscape, symbols of authority and resistance. Oral and written traditions preserve memory, mythology, and identity, ensuring that Welsh culture endures even amid upheaval. This era sets the stage for a further confrontation with the English crown and the eventual consolidation of Welsh territories. It is a time when myth and reality intertwine, when heroes and kings are remembered in both song and chronicle, and when the Welsh people, despite external pressures, carve out a distinctive place for themselves in the medieval world. The story of Wales in the 12th century is one of resilience, adaptation, and enduring cultural vitality, a society forging continuity out of the remnants of Rome, the pressures of Norman power, and the unbroken traditions of the Celtic past. As the 13th century dawns, Wales faces the looming shadow of King Edward I of England, whose ambition to unify the British Isles under his control signals a turning point in Welsh history. Edward, a shrewd and relentless ruler, pursues a strategy of conquest, building a network of imposing castles along the Welsh borders, designed not merely for defense but as instruments of psychological dominance. These fortresses Caernarfon, Conwy, Harwich, and Beaumaris stand as stone sentinels, asserting English authority while intimidating local populations. For the Welsh, this period is marked by increasing tension between resistance and accommodation. Native rulers, such as Llywelyn ap Gruffudd, Prince of Wales, attempt to consolidate power, forging alliances and asserting sovereignty over the fractured principalities. Llywelyn's political acumen and military prowess make him a formidable figure, yet he faces the dual challenges of English expansion and internal dissent. The intricate web of loyalties, familial claims, and competing ambitions among Welsh lords complicates any unified defence against Edward's encroachment. Life for ordinary people during this era is shaped by these larger political pressures. Villages and rural settlements are forced to navigate the demands of tribute, feudal obligations, and military conscription. Agriculture remains central, with arable fields, pastures, and woodland forming the backbone of local economies. Seasonal rhythms continue to dictate daily life. Ploughing, sowing, harvesting, and livestock management dominate the calendar. Markets and fairs, often established by charters from lords or the crown, facilitate trade and social interaction, connecting communities even amid political turmoil. Religion continues to permeate both elite and popular culture. Monastic institutions, now increasingly aligned with European orders such as the Cistercians, extend their influence through land holdings, tithes, and education. Abbeys act as centers of literacy, manuscript preservation, and agricultural innovation, often serving as refuges and advisors during times of conflict. Pilgrimage routes and local holy sites reinforce spiritual life, linking communities across the landscape and maintaining continuity with centuries-old Celtic Christian traditions. Cultural expression thrives despite, or perhaps because of, external pressures. Bards remain central to the transmission of knowledge, history, and identity, performing at courts and gatherings. Their stories weaving together historical events and mythic narratives. The oral tradition preserves memory of past glories, heroic deeds, and supernatural tales, ensuring that Welsh identity remains distinct even as political structures shift. The Mabinogion continues to circulate, its narratives reflecting a society negotiating between indigenous belief systems and the influences of Christianity, law, and conquest. Conflict is frequent and multidimensional. Welsh lords defend territories, launch raids, and negotiate alliances with neighboring princes or foreign powers. Edward's campaigns bring devastating consequences: scorched lands, displaced populations, and the erosion of traditional power structures. Yet, even in the face of superior military technology and organized siege warfare, pockets of resistance endure. Mountain strongholds, river valleys, and coastal retreats provide refuge. While knowledge of local terrain gives the Welsh defenders strategic advantages, trade and maritime activity remain vital. Coastal settlements, ports, and river networks facilitate commerce and communication, connecting Wales with Ireland, France, and the wider Atlantic world. Imported goods, textiles, metalwork, wine, and ceramics intermingle with local production, creating vibrant economic ecosystems. Ships are not only commercial assets but instruments of military mobility, allowing lords to summon allies and sustain resistance across challenging terrain. Legal and social structures adapt to changing circumstances. Welsh customary law continues to regulate inheritance, compensation, and communal responsibilities, even as English legal practices infiltrate the borderlands. Disputes are often mediated by local assemblies, emphasizing negotiation and consensus over centralized enforcement. Kinship networks, patronage, and marriage alliances remain crucial in maintaining social cohesion and securing political advantage. By the mid-13th century, the interplay of resistance, accommodation, and adaptation shapes a distinct Welsh identity. Castles and fortified towns punctuate the landscape, monuments to both conquest and resilience. Oral and written traditions preserve collective memory, bridging past and present. Communities, though under pressure, continue to assert their autonomy, culture, and social structures, creating a legacy that endures despite political subjugation. The stage is set for the climactic confrontations of Edward I's campaigns and the eventual annexation of Wales into the English crown. Yet amid these upheavals, the persistence of language, law, and cultural memory ensures that Wales retains a distinct identity. This century demonstrates the capacity of a people to endure, adapt, and maintain continuity in the face of overwhelming external pressures, ensuring that the story of Wales remains a living narrative, preserved in memory, literature, and the landscape itself. The final decades of Llywelyn ap Gruffuddus' rule see the intensification of Edward I's campaign to subjugate Wales. Llywelyn, often referred to as Llywelyn the Last, represents both the apex of native princely authority and the imminent collapse of independent Welsh rule. Despite his diplomatic skill, forging treaties and seeking alliances with neighbouring powers including Scotland and France, Edward's resources and relentless strategy gradually overwhelm him. By 1277, Edward's first major campaign brings large swaths of territory under English control, compelling Llywelyn to submit temporarily, ceding lands and fortifying his position in a tense stalemate. During these years, the construction of Edward's Iron Ring of castles transforms the landscape. These aren't mere military installations, they are symbols of dominance, reshaping how power is perceived and experienced. Towns and settlements are reorganized, populations displaced, and traditional centers of power marginalized. The castles themselves, massive, imposing, and technically sophisticated, reflect innovations in architecture and engineering, from concentric walls to strategically placed gatehouses and towers. They serve both practical and psychological purposes, deterring rebellion while projecting the image of an invincible ruler. Llywelyn's ultimate resistance culminates in the 1282 campaign. Edward's forces, supplemented by allies and mercenaries, systematically advance through Welsh strongholds, employing both siegecraft and scorched earth tactics. Llywelyn, despite his determination, is ultimately killed during an ambush at Chilmeri. His death marks a turning point, effectively ending the era of native princes and opening the way for full English control. The symbolic and political significance of his demise resonates across the Welsh principalities, demonstrating the vulnerability of independent rule in the face of sustained external pressure. Beyond the battlefield, the social and cultural consequences are profound. Land tenure systems are reorganized, with marcher lords assuming authority over previously autonomous territories. English law is introduced in the newly conquered regions, gradually supplanting Welsh customary law. Despite these impositions, local practices and cultural traditions persist in everyday life. Language, family structures, and folklore continue to thrive, providing continuity and identity in an era of external domination. The bards, poets, and storytellers of Wales adapt to these changes, preserving history and heroic tales in their works while subtly commenting on the upheavals they witness, trade and economy, while disrupted by warfare, gradually adjust to the new political realities. Ports under English control continue to facilitate commerce with Ireland, the Low Countries, and France. Local crafts, metalwork, weaving, and pottery persist, though now integrated into a broader network dominated by English authority. Communities rely on subsistence agriculture, supplemented by market, exchange, and seasonal labor. Demonstrating resilience despite the pressures of conquest, religion remains a stabilizing force. Monastic centers, parish churches, and pilgrimage sites continue to function, serving both spiritual and practical roles. Ecclesiastical institutions mediate disputes, provide education, and act as repositories of knowledge, ensuring the continuity of learning and record-keeping. The Christianization of Wales, which had begun centuries earlier, now stabilizes under a more standardized structure. Although local saints and traditions retain their importance in popular devotion, even amid political subjugation, Wales demonstrates remarkable cultural endurance. Oral traditions, mythic narratives, and legal customs survive in tandem with imposed English systems. These threads of identity are preserved through manuscripts, bardic poetry, and local chronicles, which collectively ensure that Welsh heritage remains resilient. Tales from the Mabinogion continue to circulate, with stories of Bran the Blessed, magical quests, and heroic exploits providing a living link to an earlier Celtic past, even as the political landscape transforms around them. By the late 13th century, Edward I's conquest has fundamentally reshaped Wales. Native political authority is largely extinguished, yet the resilience of language, literature, and culture ensures that Welsh identity remains distinct. Fortresses, roadways, and administrative structures reflect English control, but they coexist with a society that continues to maintain its own traditions and collective memory. In this crucible of conquest and adaptation, the foundations of modern Welsh identity are solidified, bridging the gap between a tumultuous medieval past and the enduring cultural legacy that survives. Into the present, after the fall of Llywelyn and the conquest of Wales, Edward I embarks on a policy of consolidation. His goal is not merely to occupy, but to integrate Wales into the English realm while preventing future rebellions. This era witnesses the construction of an unprecedented series of castles across strategic locations: Conwy, Caernarfon, Harlech, and Beaumaris. Each fortress is a masterpiece of military engineering, designed to dominate the surrounding landscape, control local populations, and provide safe havens for garrisons. These castles are not just functional, they are symbols of permanent authority, representing a psychological as well as military assertion of English power. Alongside these fortifications, Edward institutes a new administrative system. Marcher lords and appointed sheriffs enforce English law, oversee taxation, and maintain surveillance over local Welsh communities. Town charters are granted to encourage settlement, trade, and loyalty to the crown. Markets develop near castle towns, and English merchants establish networks with continental Europe. Meanwhile, traditional Welsh elites are marginalized or absorbed into the new framework, often rewarded with lands only if they pledge allegiance to the English king. Despite these sweeping changes, the Welsh people retain much of their cultural and social identity. The bardic tradition flourishes, preserving memory, genealogy, and heroic legends. The Mabinogion and other oral histories continue to circulate, sustaining a sense of community and continuity in the face of external domination. Churches and monastic centers remain vital, offering spiritual guidance, education, and continuity of local leadership. Saints like Saint David, Saint Non, and others continue to hold significance, blending pre-conquest spiritual practice with emerging administrative structures. Economic life adapts to new realities, while the imposition of taxes and rents under English authority alters traditional land use. Welsh farmers continue to work the hills and valleys, producing grain, livestock, and wool for local and regional markets. Ports facilitate trade with Ireland, France, and the Low Countries, ensuring that Wales remains connected to broader economic currents. Craftsmanship, particularly in metalwork, weaving, and pottery, continues, though increasingly influenced by English styles and techniques. Resistance, however, does not disappear entirely. Local uprisings and acts of defiance punctuate the late 13th and early 14th centuries, reflecting lingering loyalty to the old princely lineages. Some Welsh nobles attempt to reclaim authority, often seeking alliances with foreign powers or exploiting periods of English distraction. These rebellions are met with force, reinforcing Edward's control, while leaving an enduring narrative of struggle and resilience in Welsh memory. In cultural terms, this period sees the codification of law, literature, and historical memory. The laws of High Weald are, though increasingly supplemented or superseded by English statutes, are recorded and preserved. Chronicles such as Brut White Iwisogen document the lives of princes, conflicts, and everyday events, providing insight into both the continuity of Welsh society and the transformative impact of conquest. The preservation of language, literature, and legal traditions ensures that Wales remains culturally distinct, even as its political autonomy is curtailed. By the early 14th century, Wales has been transformed into a land of layered authority. Castles and English sheriffs dominate, politically and militarily, but Welsh culture endures socially and spiritually. Communities continue to observe their festivals, uphold their oral traditions, and maintain a sense of historical consciousness that stretches back to the era of native princes. This duality, subjugation in power, resilience in culture, defines the Welsh experience in the centuries following the Edwardian conquest. The story of Edward I's conquest, the subsequent administrative reforms, and the survival of Welsh identity provides a crucial lens through which to understand the dynamics of power, culture, and resistance. It is a narrative of adaptation, where conquest reshapes landscapes and governance but does not erase the deep-rooted traditions, stories, and communal memory that define a people. In this sense, Wales emerges from the late medieval period as a distinct and enduring nation, its identity forged in the crucible of conquest and resilience. By the mid-14th century, Wales, like much of Europe, faces the devastating consequences of the Black Death. The plague spreads along trade routes, rivers, and roads, reaching both the isolated uplands and the bustling towns. Population decline is dramatic, with estimates suggesting that up to a third of Wales' inhabitants perish within a few years. Entire villages vanish, fields lie fallow, and some of the smaller monastic houses are abandoned. Social structures are tested to the limit, forcing communities to adapt rapidly to the loss of labor, leadership, and cultural continuity. The economic repercussions are equally profound, with fewer hands to farm. The land, labor becomes more valuable, and peasants can negotiate better terms. Some smallholders consolidate lands, while others migrate in search of opportunity. The manorial system, previously dominant under both native Welsh princes and English overlords, begins to show strain. Trade continues, particularly in wool, which remains a valuable commodity for export to Flanders and beyond. But markets fluctuate, and supply chains are disrupted by mortality and fear. Despite the societal collapse, Welsh cultural resilience remains remarkable. Bards and storytellers continue to travel, recounting epic tales and heroic deeds, ensuring that collective memory is preserved even in the absence of formal institutions. Manuscripts are copied, songs are performed, and oral traditions remain vibrant. Local saints' cults, pilgrimage sites, and holy wells gain renewed significance as communities seek solace and protection in spiritual practices. Politically, Wales remains under the firm hand of the English crown, but the demographic collapse indirectly weakens direct control. Smaller towns and rural areas often experience a temporary lapse in oversight, allowing local Welsh gentry to reassert influence in their communities. Periodic uprisings, though less frequent than in earlier centuries, continue to punctuate the medieval narrative, reflecting ongoing tension between local autonomy and centralized authority. In the late 14th century, another wave of cultural consolidation occurs. The Welsh language is standardized in practice, if not yet formally codified, and literature flourishes. The poetic tradition sees renewed vigor, with formalized meters such as the Caerwent gaining popularity. Notable poets of this era include Dafydd ap Gwilym, whose work combines lyrical sophistication with keen observation of everyday life, nature, and social dynamics. His poems exemplify the adaptability of Welsh culture, maintaining traditional forms while engaging with contemporary themes and challenges. Religious life also evolves in this period. Monastic institutions recover from the plague, albeit with reduced membership, and mendicant orders Franciscans and Dominicans play an active role in urban centres. Parish churches continue to function as hubs of spiritual, social and cultural life, integrating Welsh traditions with broader European Christian practices. Saints' cults and local legends intertwine with official religious observances, creating a uniquely Welsh expression of medieval faith. Meanwhile, the legacy of Edwardian castles and English administrative structures continues to shape a landscape. Some castles fall into disuse as their military relevance declines, while others are maintained as administrative centres. Roads, bridges, and infrastructure established during earlier conquests facilitate trade, communication, and governance, ensuring that Wales remains integrated into the wider English polity despite ongoing cultural distinctiveness. By the end of the 14th century, Wales emerges from the dual challenges of conquest and plague, transformed but resilient. Its population is small yet concentrated in vibrant communities. Its social structures are adapted to new economic realities. Its culture, language, and traditions remain strong. The interplay of external influence and internal continuity defines the medieval Welsh experience, providing a foundation for future generations to navigate both integration and resistance in the centuries to come. The survival of Welsh identity through demographic catastrophe, political domination, and economic upheaval demonstrates the remarkable endurance of culture and tradition. From castles and monasteries to bardic poetry and local legends, every aspect of medieval life contributes to a continuous narrative that connects the distant past of native princes to the lived reality of Welsh communities centuries later. This resilience ensures that, even under foreign rule and amid societal disruption, the essence of Wales, its stories, language, and memory remains alive. As the 15th century dawns, Wales becomes increasingly enmeshed in the wider conflicts of the British Isles. The Wars of the Roses erupt in the mid-1400s. And while the main stage of the struggle is in England, the effects ripple into Wales in unexpected ways. Local lords are compelled to pick sides between Lancaster and York, and the long-standing tension between regional power and centralized authority plays out through shifting allegiances. The Welsh nobility, though often marginal to the main dynastic battles, sees opportunities to expand influence, reclaim lands, or secure strategic marriages. In rural Wales, the social and economic consequences of previous centuries continue to shape daily life. Farms are rebuilt, towns slowly repopulate, and trade routes regain stability. Wool, slate, and agricultural products dominate commerce. But a new generation of merchant families begins to emerge, forming networks that stretch to English markets and continental Europe. These traders act as cultural intermediaries, bringing news, fashions, and ideas from the outside world into Wales, subtly influencing urban life without eroding the rural traditions that anchor local identity. The cultural landscape, meanwhile, sees significant consolidation. The bardic tradition reaches new heights, formalizing the rules of poetic composition and establishing the Eisteddfod as a recurring forum for competition, performance, and recognition. These gatherings, often sponsored by local patrons or minor nobility, help preserve oral traditions, encourage literacy among the elite, and maintain a shared sense of identity across geographically dispersed communities. Poets such as Lewis Glencothi and Iolo Goch emerged during this period, their work intertwining politics, praise, satire, and cultural memory. Religious life also evolves amid these political and social changes. Monastery is previously decimated by plague and economic hardship, experience a cautious revival. Parish churches remain central to community cohesion, hosting seasonal celebrations, festivals, and rites of passage. pilgrimage continues to play a role in religious and cultural life, with holy wells, saints' shrines, and local legends reinforcing both faith and regional distinctiveness. While the Reformation lies still in the distant future, seeds of change are subtly appearing in critiques of clerical excess and lay interest in religious texts, despite ongoing pressures. Welsh identity remains remarkably resilient. Language continues to dominate rural and domestic life, and place names, local customs, and storytelling traditions preserve continuity across generations. Even as English influence grows through governance, law, and commerce, a distinct Welsh worldview persists, blending ancient Celtic traditions with evolving Christian practices, folk beliefs, seasonal rituals, and localized interpretations of biblical narratives coexist alongside institutional religion, creating a layered and deeply rooted cultural fabric. Education begins to expand in subtle ways. Grammar schools emerge in towns, often linked to churches or monastic institutions, providing literacy and numeracy to the sons of merchants, minor gentry, and clergy. These schools foster a sense of historical awareness and linguistic pride, ensuring that the Welsh language remains vibrant even in the face of increasing pressure from English. Manuscripts continue to be copied, not only preserving literature but also maintaining genealogies, legal codes, and historical narratives that connect contemporary communities to their past. The 15th century, then, is a period of adaptation and resilience. Wales is no longer the isolated post-Roman land of scattered settlements, but neither is it fully integrated into English political structures. Instead, it occupies a liminal space, culturally cohesive, socially dynamic, and strategically significant. From bardic poetry to religious observance, from trade networks to fortified towns, the period reflects a nation negotiating its place in a world shaped by conquest, commerce, and the enduring pull of tradition by the century's close. Wales is poised on the brink of new challenges and transformations. Its people have survived centuries of plague, conquest, and political upheaval, and have done so while maintaining a distinct cultural identity. The foundation laid in these turbulent years will carry forward into the early modern era, ensuring that even as external pressures mount, the stories, songs, and social structures of medieval Wales will continue to shape the nation's future. Wales, having endured and adapted, remains a land where past and present coexist, where memory informs action, and where the resilience of culture ensures continuity even amidst profound change. As Wales moves into the 16th century, the pressures from England intensify, particularly under the Tudors. The Acts of Union, passed during the reign of Henry VIII in 1536 and 1543, fundamentally reshape the political and legal landscape. Wales, which had long existed in a semi-autonomous state with its own laws and customs, is now formally integrated into the Kingdom of England. English law replaces native Welsh law in courts, administrative systems are standardized, and representation in the English Parliament becomes a reality for Welsh shires. While some historians argue this brought stability and opportunity, others lament the erosion of distinctly Welsh governance and autonomy. Culturally, the effects are complex. The spread of English language administration and legal frameworks challenges the dominance of Welsh in public life. But the language remains resilient in domestic, religious, and artistic spheres. The translation of the Bible into Welsh by William Morgan in 1588 proves pivotal. It not only allows ordinary people access to scripture in their native tongue, but also preserves the language as a medium of literary and cultural expression. Morgan's translation becomes a touchstone for a Welsh identity, linking spiritual life to linguistic heritage and providing a unifying cultural anchoring. Time of political centralization. Religious upheaval is also a defining feature of this century. The Reformation transforms Wales, as monasteries are dissolved and church lands are seized by the crown. Former monastic wealth often flows into the hands of the gentry, altering the social and economic hierarchy. Yet the Reformation is not merely an economic war. Political shift, it changes the spiritual life of ordinary people. Parish churches become focal points for Protestant worship, and the vernacular Bible introduces a more personal relationship with faith. Resistance, however, persists in pockets where older Catholic practices survive, blending with local folk traditions in ways that create a uniquely Welsh form of religious expression. Economically, Wales experiences both continuity and transformation. Agriculture remains the backbone of life, with sheep farming dominating upland areas and grain cultivation in valleys. Slate and metal mining begin to develop as important industries, laying the groundwork for economic expansion in subsequent centuries. Coastal trade continues to connect Wales to Ireland, the Low Countries, and England, fostering regional prosperity and bringing new ideas and influences into port towns. Merchant families consolidate wealth and social influence, establishing a proto-bourgeoisie that will play a key role in shaping early modern Wales. Socially, the Tudor period marks the gradual emergence of a literate, legally aware populace. Grammar schools and parish education spread literacy beyond the elite, preparing young men and occasionally women for roles in trade, administration, and the church. Patronage of poets and bards continues, though increasingly mediated through gentry families rather than royal courts. Bardic culture adapts to changing times, blending traditional praise poetry with historical chronicles, genealogies, and political commentary. It is during this period that many of the manuscripts preserving medieval Welsh literature are compiled, copied, and safeguarded, ensuring that older traditions survive into modernity. Politically, the integration into England has mixed results. Local governance is now codified, and the legal system is centralized, but tensions remain. Border regions, particularly along the marches, retain a unique hybrid identity. Blending Welsh and English customs, noble families navigate this duality carefully, asserting local authority while complying with the demands of the crown. Conflicts, both small and large, punctuate this landscape, from disputes over land and inheritance to larger uprisings like those inspired by lingering resentment against English control. Despite these changes, the essence of Wales endures: language, landscape, and communal memory sustain continuity across generations. The rugged hills and isolated valleys preserve a sense of distinctiveness, allowing local traditions, folklore, and oral histories to persist alongside imposed structures of governance. Communities continue to commemorate seasonal cycles, perform traditional rituals, and pass down tales of heroes, giants, and saints, threads connecting the medieval past to the early modern present. By the close of the 16th century, Wales stands as a transformed land, yet one rooted in deep historical continuity. Integration into England brings opportunities and challenges, reshaping governance, law, and trade. Religion, language, and culture adapt to new circumstances, while retaining the core characteristics forged over centuries of resilience and adaptation. These changes set the stage for Wales' next phase, navigating the tumultuous 17th century, marked by civil war, religious conflict, and the pressures of modernity creeping ever closer. The story of Wales in the Tudor era is thus one of negotiation, survival, and transformation, a nation preserving its identity even as the currents of history sweep across it, shaping its institutions, beliefs, and people for generations to come. The 17th century in Wales is a period defined by both turbulence and transformation, as political and religious upheavals ripple across the British Isles. The century opens under the shadow of the Tudor legacy, with the crown firmly established over Wales. Yet tensions simmer between traditional Welsh loyalties and the centralizing pressures of England. Local gentry hold much of the real power, balancing the demands of monarchy, parliament, and their own communities, often acting as mediators in disputes while safeguarding Welsh interests. Religious division intensifies. The Protestant Reformation, cemented under Elizabeth I, continues to influence daily life, but Puritanism begins to spread. Particularly in the north and west, dissenting chapels emerge, challenging the established Church of England and creating a landscape of competing spiritual authorities. These movements are not merely theological, they carry social and political weight. Congregations organize themselves independently, fostering community cohesion and a sense of autonomy that resonates deeply in regions historically resistant to outside control. Catholic pockets, largely concentrated in areas with enduring ties to older gentry families, maintain clandestine networks, preserving traditions that stretch back before the Reformation. The wider political turmoil of England, the reign of James I, Charles I, and the eventual outbreak of civil war reaches into Wales. Local allegiances are divided, often along familial or regional lines, rather than strictly ideological ones. Some Welsh nobles side with the royalists, seeing loyalty to the crown as a matter of honour and continuity. Others support Parliament, drawn by promises of religious reform or regional autonomy. Battles and skirmishes dot the countryside, leaving lasting scars on communities and transforming the social landscape. Castles, towns, and estates become strategic points of contention, sometimes devastated in the conflict, other times preserved by negotiation or sheer luck economically. Wales experiences both stagnation and growth. Agricultural life dominates. Yet the early stirrings of industrial activity emerge in mining and metalworking regions. Slate quarries expand, producing materials that will eventually fuel the construction of ports, roads, and urban centers. Ironworks, often small-scale and local, begin supplying tools and infrastructure for both domestic and export markets. Trade networks, both coastal and inland, continue to tie Wales to Ireland, England, and the European continent, ensuring that despite political instability, commerce persists as a stabilizing force. Cultural life, meanwhile, remains remarkably resilient. Bards and poets continue to thrive, adapting traditional forms to the changing political and religious climate. Manuscript copying, poetry competitions, and oral storytelling maintain the continuity of Welsh literary traditions. Folklore and local histories preserve the memory of pre-Tudor Wales, embedding tales of saints, giants, and mythical heroes into collective consciousness. The Welsh language, though increasingly under pressure in official contexts, remains the primary medium for literature, worship, and everyday life, reinforcing identity even as the English state consolidates authority. The century also witnesses the subtle but meaningful growth of civic institutions, town councils, market charters, and parish organizations create frameworks for local governance, laying the foundation for social order amid broader upheaval. Education spreads incrementally, with grammar schools in towns and larger villages producing a literate class capable of administrative, commercial, and clerical work. This literacy, combined with the cultural and religious cohesion fostered by Welsh language texts, strengthens community resilience during times of crisis. Wales' geography continues to shape its history. The rugged mountains, deep valleys, and coastal cliffs both protect and isolate communities. These natural barriers slow the penetration of external forces, allowing pockets of autonomy and cultural preservation to survive. Coastal towns function as gateways for trade, migration, and cultural exchange, connecting Wales to Ireland, France, and the Low Countries. In these ports, merchants and sailors introduce new goods, ideas, and technologies, blending the local and international in ways that will accelerate in the centuries to come. By the mid-17th century, the reverberations of the English Civil War and the Cromwelly and regime leave lasting legacies. Royalist estates confiscated and redistributed older social hierarchies. Military garrisons enforce compliance with political and religious mandates. And the memory of conflict embeds itself in local narratives, shaping perceptions of loyalty, resistance, and identity. Yet amid this turbulence, the continuity of language, culture, and community sustains Wales' distinctiveness. The 17th century is thus a time of paradox, deeply influenced by broader British and European events, yet maintaining a remarkably resilient Welsh identity. Tradition and innovation coexist. As communities navigate external pressures, internal divisions, and emerging opportunities, it is a period of preparation for the dramatic changes of the 18th century, when industrialization, expanding trade networks, and intellectual movements will again reshape the landscape. Wales emerges from the 17th century scarred but enduring, its identity reaffirmed through language, faith, and cultural memory, ready to face the transformations ahead. And so, our journey through the hidden corners of Wales and Britain comes to an end. From sunken forests and forgotten settlements to giants, heroes, and ancient myths, we've glimpsed worlds long lost beneath waves, stones, and centuries of memory. The people, the stories, the legends, they are not gone. They wait quietly in the land, in the ruins, in the whispers of the past, ready for anyone willing to listen. Though empires fell and kingdoms faded, these echoes remain, shaping the land and the tales we still tell today. Thank you for traveling through time with me. Sleep now, dream of ancient shores, of sunken forests, and heroic deeds, and know that history is never truly gone, it only waits for the curious to find it. This is Sleepy Historians, and our journey into the past will continue, one story at a time.